The starting line marked the beginning of his legend. A fierce foot race tore through the academy grounds. Roars of adoring fans echoed like thunder. A lone figure shattered the finish line. 2 minutes and 36.79 seconds, an absolute record. This was Chu Jing, the undisputed center of this world. A tidal wave of chaotic screams erupted from the crowd. Ice-cold water cascaded down his sculpted frame. His expression remained perfectly absolute. This icy demeanor only fueled their burning obsession. Deafening shrieks pierced the air. A trembling girl stepped forward, offering a pristine towel as if presenting tribute. Pure euphoria washed over her face as he accepted the offering. He casually wiped the sweat from his brow. But his true focus lay elsewhere. A translucent blue system panel flickered to life. Plus 20 running experience acquired. His running mastery ascended to level 3. 258 out of 800 experience points secured. The harvest was unusually bountiful today. A second notification caught his eye. Plus 45 charm. A dark scowl twisted his features. Such a worthless attribute leveled up far too fast. He despised this meaningless attention. A sudden whistling tore through the air. A heavy projectile aimed straight for his head. Smack! He caught the speeding sphere barehanded. This was a deliberate strike, a senseless act of provocation. The attacker sneered with blatant arrogance. The true source of this hostility stood lurking behind him. A familiar shadow approached. It was his loyal comrade, questioning the sudden burst of violence. His brother-in-arms was Lai Gay. Lai froze in pure terror. Recognizing the looming threat instantly, it was the Academy tyrant, the dreaded Pei Guang. Panic laced his voice as he questioned this suicidal conflict. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. Another senseless clash over romantic jealousy. Surrender to the mob, he warned. Stop drawing the wrath of the entire student body. But Chu Jing remained utterly unmoved. Mortal desires meant nothing to him. The relentless jealousy of lesser men could not be ignored. Pei Guang was a monster disguised as a student, a genuine force of destruction. He demanded to know his next countermeasure. I will train. The answer was cold and absolute. Despair shattered his friend's composure. Mere physical conditioning was a fool's errand. Only the divine path of martial arts could save him now. For common mortals, perhaps it was useless. But Chu Jing defied common sense. Exactly 1 month ago, reality had fractured, transmigrating him into a parallel universe, a treacherous mirror of his former Earth. Bound to his very soul was the omniscient system, the ultimate equalizer. In this realm, true effort commanded absolute reward. Every drop of sweat forged undeniable power. Relentless discipline birthed supernatural mastery. By shattering his physical limits, he manifested absolute skills. The criteria had been fulfilled. The precise targeting skill, forcefully awakened at level 1. This godly progression demanded a terrifying toll. His bodily exhaustion was staggering. A hollow refrigerator stared back at him. Complete desolation. He did not temper his flesh for mere vanity. This was a war for survival. His wretched domain was the 5th Metropolitan Circle, a society strictly segregated by power and wealth, divided mercilessly into the exalted inner sanctum and the desolate outer ring. The decaying outskirts reeked of rot and despair, while the glorious core sparkled with unholy prosperity. Only 6 months remained until his final reckoning. The ultimate test of graduation approached. He must butcher his way into paradise, or rot in the slums for all eternity. Destiny demanded an answer. The path of blood was his only choice. Survival required sustenance. The merchant demanded 210 credits. His blood ran cold at the extortion. Sacrifices had to be made from his meager provisions. 30 credits for 5 mere eggs. Absolute robbery. This world was rotting from the inside out. Shadows swallowed the treacherous alleyway. A sudden ambush. A small figure lunged from the darkness, merely a feral beast of the slums. It blocked his path with defiant intent, a creature demanding a toll. But its flesh told a grim tale. Deep gashes and fresh blood stained its fur, the aftermath of a brutal life-or-death struggle. Then the impossible happened. A human voice escaped its fanged maw, cursing the merciless cruelty of this feral existence. Chu Jing stood paralyzed, his mind fracturing at the sound of a speaking beast. What vile sorcery was this? Peculiar ancient rings bound the creature's tail. His fingers grazed the cold metal. The system suddenly flared with blinding urgency. Divine substance detected. He ruthlessly devoured the godlike energy. This desolate realm was Earthstar, the cursed domain known as Zuxia. 287 years ago, the heavens wept. The Creator perished. Every mortal witnessed the cosmic execution, the day God bled out across the sky. Yet humanity celebrated the celestial slaughter. With the deities erased, mortals seized their own destiny. And Chu Jing swore a silent oath he would crush the heavens underfoot, ascending the throne to become a god himself. Back within his humble sanctuary, he offered the beast common fodder. The creature rejected it instantly, burning absolute contempt radiating from its feline eyes. This was no ordinary animal. Frustration boiled within him, an arrogant beggar demanding a feast. But a sudden realization struck like lightning. This creature possessed human intellect. It commanded human speech. A monstrous truth unveiled itself. He marched toward his makeshift forge of a kitchen. Flames roared to life beneath his pan, plus 20 culinary mastery points secured. The blade danced with lethal precision. Searing heat forged the ingredients into a masterpiece. A steaming bowl of shredded pork and peppers descended upon the floor. The beast's arrogant facade crumbled instantly. Ravenous hunger took control. It devoured the meal with savage ferocity. A triumphant smirk claimed Chu Jing's face. His deduction was flawlessly accurate. The origin of its voice was no mystery. This was a human soul, trapped in a beast's flesh. A victim of dark transmutation. The source of this cursed fate was obvious. Those ominous rings binding its tail held the key. A blinding alert shattered his thoughts. The harvest of divine energy was absolute. The legendary technique, Twin Life, slumbered within, awaiting activation. 525 out of 50 divinity points secured. The celestial requirements were overwhelmingly satisfied. The system demanded his decree. Hesitation belonged to the weak. He shattered the confirmation prompt with a singular thought. Yes. Radiant light consumed his vision. The divine art of twin life surged into his existence. A heavy scowl marked his face, deciphering this cryptic power. The passive revelation was heaven-defying. He now possessed 2 mortal lives. Death was no longer the end. Upon his demise, resurrection could trigger within 7 days. The ultimate trump card carried a 3-month dormant period. He stared at the glowing runes in sheer terror and awe. Absolute immortality forged into his very soul. A flawless shield against annihilation. If the passive state defied heaven's will, the active state would surely break the universe. Yet the active seal remained brutally locked, demanding a monstrous tribute of 500 divinity points. He possessed a mere 25. His predatory gaze fell upon the beast, tempted to rip the remaining godhood from its very marrow. But his killer instinct wavered. The creature was teetering on the edge of the abyss, broken, bleeding, and utterly defenseless. A rare flicker of mercy restrained his hand. To slaughter it now would be the act of a mindless demon. He must forge a different path to godhood. Yet this cursed beast was too valuable to abandon. It remained his prisoner. He ventured into the unforgiving streets, hunting for fragments of shattered divinity, leaving the creature to its own devices. A hidden eye recorded its every movement from the shadows. The outer ring remained a brutal cage. Breaching the inner sanctum was a fool's dream, an insurmountable fortress of privilege. The entry toll alone was a death sentence, demanding wealth that could instantly crush a prosperous clan. Yet millions willingly threw themselves into the meat grinder, chasing a false paradise. But an ancient secret remained hidden from the masses. A bloody, alternative path to absolute supremacy. The path of the martial god. Awaken your combat aura, and the world bows before you. The shadows of the alleyway suddenly warped. A hulking figure blocked his escape, gripping a cold steel bat with murderous intent. Chu Jing's gaze turned as cold as the abyss. A deadly silence stretched before he spoke. The bald enforcer sneered at his companion, confirming the target of their master's wrath. The hunt ordered by the tyrant Pei Guang had begun. They pronounced his death warrant without hesitation. Jing merely exhaled a heavy sigh. In a singular heartbeat, the bald thug crumpled to the earth. Absolute silence reigned. His movements defied mortal sight. The blonde thug fell next. A flawless strike to the skull followed. Jing stood like an unyielding mountain. He had not taken a single step. The weapon of choice? Mere pebbles. Guided by supreme aiming mastery. Agonized groans filled the air. The predator, disguised as prey, was finally revealed. Yet one foolish soul dared to charge. A divine light ignited within Jing's eyes. The enemy unleashed a ferocious blow. Jing vanished like a phantom. A devastating shockwave shattered the earth behind him. This was no ordinary strength. This was the ancient way of martial arts. Fury twisted the attacker's face. How could this boy be so terrifyingly fast? A cold smirk graced Jing's lips. Relief washed over his soul. If Yuang wielded martial arts, he had found his perfect stepping stone to interrogate. He advanced like a conquering king. Speak the truth, or taste true despair. In the blink of an eye, Yuang was crushed against the unforgiving ground. Terror seized the fallen warrior. He swore total submission. A dark grin surfaced on Jing's face. The grand aura was a lie. This supposed master possessed only a single technique. Yuang struck again and again in sheer desperation. The truth became painfully clear. This pathetic strike was his entire arsenal. Yet fate rewards the bold. The hidden conditions were met. The supreme fighting skill awakened. Aiming did not just bless his vision. Every strike now carried lethal, bone-crushing accuracy. Breaking a novice like Yuang was mere child's play. Pitiful begs for mercy echoed in the alley. Jing loomed over him like a god of war. He demanded the secret behind that singular strike. Trembling like a leaf in a storm, Yuang surrendered the truth. It was not a physical move, it was the manifestation of inner force, channeling spiritual energy from within and unleashing it upon the world. How does one harness this absolute power? Jing's voice commanded answers. Yuang cowered in shame. He possessed only fractured fragments of the truth. The core secrets remained a mystery. Jing hoisted the coward by his collar. What a pathetic excuse for a warrior. He recited the dark legends of Yuang, a master of arson and murder, a demon who inhaled smoke and drank fire, a tyrant with permed hair who even breakdanced to assert dominance. The illusion shattered completely. How could a legendary demon grovel like a dog? Yuang frantically dismantled his own myth. The dark tales were nothing but a grand fabrication, a shield built on lies, an illusion to command respect. If the blood on his hands were real, the academy walls would have rejected him long ago. A thunderous slap echoed through the night. Jing decreed a brutal warning. If Yugong forgot this divine punishment, a merciless beating awaited their every encounter, and for his tyranny over the weak, a grand self-criticism must be penned. The humiliation would not end there. Upon the dawn of the next day, he must recite his sins 10 times. Before the eyes of the entire academy, a subordinate was ordered to record the shame with crystal clarity. Tears of agony washed Yuang's swollen face. He bowed his head and swore total obedience to his new monarch. Jing shifted his stance. Yuang shrieked in mortal terror, bracing for another bone-shattering blow. But Jing merely claimed his celestial device. He extracted the coordinates of the sacred dojo. The ignorant fool could not teach the ancient ways. Jing would seize the knowledge himself, under the shroud of night in the city inner ring. He tracked the celestial map with absolute precision. The divine system whispered in his mind, "Turn right in 120 meters." A triumphant notification materialized. A victorious battle had been recorded. A surge of celestial energy filled his veins, plus 109 fitness points, plus 50 aiming experience. Life force revitalized his mortal shell, earning plus 33 health preservation points. The threshold of combat was finally crossed. The rewards continued to cascade. Plus 68 battle experience points secured. The grand status window transformed. Fitness ascended to level 2, boasting 431 out of 500 points. Health preservation conquered level 1, reaching 269 out of 300 points. Cooking dominated level 2, holding 279 out of 500 points. Agility and running broke into level 3, with 52 out of 800 points. His majestic charm stood at level 2, with 398 out of 500 points. Supreme precision in aiming conquered level 1, holding 208 out of 300 points. And the ultimate fighting art awakened at level 1, with 68 out of 300 points. Mortal training offered meager rewards. 1 hour of sweat yielded a mere 200 points. Yet this fleeting skirmish unleashed overwhelming power, awakening dormant abilities within his soul. A dangerous revelation dawned upon him. To ascend the throne of true power, the path of blood and battle was the absolute way forward. He stood before the Golden Wind Dojo, a majestic temple of hidden strength. He crossed the threshold with unquestionable presence, declaring his intent to witness their martial ways. Silence was demanded instantly. A grandmaster was weaving his profound teachings. Jing locked his gaze upon the scene. 5 disciples sat in profound meditation. The master declared the breathing method to be the absolute foundation of all martial power. Command the breath, command the soul, ignite the dormant energy within the flesh. Only when the vital true key flows unhindered can a mortal truly step into the realm of legends. A blazing inferno ignited in Jing's eyes. This was the sacred key, the supreme cultivation method he hungered for. He bridged the distance to the guardian maiden, whispering a request to join the trial. A crimson flush conquered her cheeks. His celestial charm was absolutely undeniable. The gates were opened for him, with a desperate plea to preserve his mortal limits. A fleeting connection. Yet his charm harvested 30 experience points. He claimed his rightful place upon an empty mat. He absorbed the Grandmaster's ancient wisdom. The maiden trembled with deep anxiety. Could an uninitiated mortal survive this brutal ordeal? The foundation of true power is ruthless. The absolute decree was issued. Devour the essence of the heavens, and seal it within your mortal shell. The maiden prayed to the gods, hoping one soul would conquer the trial. Failure meant the Grandmaster's supreme wrath. She would bear the sin of his wasted time. The countdown echoed like a death knell. By the count of 37, the weak had already crumbled in defeat. Agony warped the faces of the survivors. The suffocating pressure was absolute. Despair shattered the maiden's heart. Her chosen champion, Chu Jing, finally collapsed in defeat. The Grandmaster's face became a tempest of fury. He descended upon the trembling maiden. She pleaded for a sliver of mercy, swearing to find a worthy vessel. But the Grandmaster cast her aside like a fleeting shadow. Silence! The command shook the very air. A singular force still defied the heavens. The Grandmaster halted before Jing. The terrifying reality of the art became clear. A simple breath, a fatal trap. Torrents of vital air ravaged his mortal lungs. Without lungs forged of pure iron, death would be the only reward for trying. A tempest raged within his flesh. The true chi expanded without mercy, threatening to shatter his very existence. The trial reached its zenith. Jing slowly released the breath of a dragon. The divine system roared in absolute victory. The supreme inner force awakened, ascending to 69 out of 200 points. His eyes snapped open. The Grandmaster and maiden surrounded him in pure awe. They sought signs of mortal damage, fearing his soul had been crushed. Jing spoke with the calm of a deity. He felt reborn, a god among mortals. The maiden practically begged for his noble name, pleading for him to pledge his absolute power to the golden wind. But fate shattered the peace. The crystalline barrier exploded in a shower of death. A catastrophic force erupted from the shadows. A colossal winged abomination descended. Its jaws snapped shut. A student vanished in an instant. Pure, paralyzing terror gripped the room. Minds shattered, trying to process the nightmare. Only the master broke through the shock. He kicked the doors wide open. His voice thundered, commanding total evacuation. He roared for Jang, a staff member, to hold the line and prevent absolute chaos. Crimson rained across the dojo. The beast locked its monstrous gaze on her next. Jing moved on pure instinct. He launched himself like a drawn arrow. They hit the cold floor, tumbling away from death. Trapped beneath his solid frame, panic gave way to a strange warmth. A dangerous flutter stirred in her chest. For a fleeting second, she wished time would freeze them in this exact embrace. The system chimed. Charm increased by 20 points. But Jing tuned it out. An ancient memory surfaced from Yugang. Draw the inner energy from the marrow. Forge it. Release it in one devastating strike. The crucible of battle was ready. Jing took his stance. The armored Leviathan shrieked, charging with the force of a runaway train. His fist collided with its skull. A shockwave ripped through the air, tearing the wind apart. Jing prayed. This vile creature lacked a roach's legendary resilience. Raw power alone meant nothing here. He needed a needle, not a hammer. Focus the force. Condense the wrath. His combat stance shifted in the blink of an eye. The second blow struck like a meteor, the carapace shattered like cheap glass. A golden notification flashed. Inch force awakened. Proficiency surged to 80 over 200. The behemoth was launched backward. Foul blood painted the training hall walls. Its deafening hiss betrayed its agony. The truth dawned on Jing. The nightmare was a glass cannon. Jang watched, his jaw slack in absolute disbelief. But the master saw deeper. A dark shadow of worry clouded the old man's eyes. Jing was a novice to aura manipulation. Unleashing a torrential flood of power was suicidal. Mortal flesh could not endure such a savage toll. Shaking off the impact, the beast roared, hungry for blood. Murderous intent rolled off the creature. Jing stood his ground, ice in his veins. He whispered a chilling vow. The outcome was written in stone. Spiritual energy boiled through his meridians. It rushed toward his fist. Then came the backlash. Agony shredded his nerves. Crimson spilled from his lips. His internal flow had shattered. The beast lunged for the kill. The abyss stared back at him. He had danced too close to the edge of his limits. Death closed the gap. But fate intervened. A phantom blur descended from the heavens. A single streak of silver light. The monstrosity was cleaved perfectly in two. Jing stood paralyzed by the sheer mastery of the strike. From the falling blood, a warrior emerged. She declared her allegiance to the legendary White Raven, captain of Squad 838. They called her Void Blade. Her elite operatives flooded the room. Civilian evacuation was executed with ruthless efficiency. White Raven. The name was foreign to Jing, but the evidence lay in two bloody halves. Slaying that armored terror in one breath was divine mastery. These phantom warriors possessed unfathomable might. Void Blade locked her piercing gaze on Jing. Her veteran eyes stripped away his secrets in seconds. Barely 17 or 18 years old, yet he shattered a monstrous shell with naked fists. Her interest sparked. His striking features only sweetened the deal. A plan to pull him into her ranks took root. She closed the distance. A crisp card was pressed into his palm. Sunday, 5 o'clock, a cryptic invitation to a hidden world. Seek the truth, and I will provide the answers, she vowed. Jing gripped the parchment. Ching Chong Library. The 7th floor. Stepping into the sunlight, Jen rushed to him, her voice trembling with dread. Frantic hands checked him for wounds. She offered the safety of her home. Realizing her slip of the tongue, her face flushed red. She quickly pivoted, demanding a hospital run. He offered a gentle smile. The damage was internal, hidden from her eyes. With a bow of gratitude for the training space, he turned away. Her voice chased after him, begging for his return tomorrow. The old master watched in heavy silence. A somber shake of his head said it all. A mere boy touching the pinnacle of aura manipulation on day one? It defied all laws of martial arts. Their humble dojo was a puddle. This boy was an ascending dragon. The streets blurred past Jing. Inside his mind, golden text kept manifesting. 29 points injected into fitness. 89 poured into health preservation. Charm spiked by 50. Combat experience exploded by 98. His fighting mastery climbed to 166, over 300. The gateway to Inch 4 stood completely open. The philosophy was brutal and pure. Compress an ocean of aura into a needlepoint. Ignite it at terminal velocity before the opponent can blink. Mastered perfectly, no armor in the mortal realm could survive it. The thrill of absolute power sang in Jing's blood. He hungered for one more taste. He summoned the spark. Instantly, his vision spun. Venomous nausea clawed at his throat. The master's warning echoed like thunder in his skull. Courting death today was a fool's errand. Survival demanded rest. The shadows of tomorrow could wait. The White Raven. The insectoid horror. The veil of reality had been torn open. Just how many dark truths lurked beneath the city? The weekend would bring answers. He sealed his resolve. Approaching his sanctuary, a strange anomaly caught his eye. An unnatural glow spilled from his bedroom window. A tap on his surveillance app revealed the culprit. The feline sat squared before his glowing monitor. He threw the door open. His voice shattered the silence. The cat bolted upright, fur standing on end. He demanded answers from the trespassing pet. Caught absolutely red-handed, the creature feigned mortal innocence. Jing's patience violently evaporated. Silence was its only defense. Retribution would come after dawn. Jing collapsed onto his mattress, utterly drained. The feline paused. Its predator instincts caught a disturbance. The metallic stench of fresh blood hung heavily. Had her human engaged in mortal combat? Fury ignited within her tiny chest. He was her property, her chosen vassal. What foolish soul dared to lay hands on her domain? She leaped onto his chest, a heavy anchor of demands. "Speak," she ordered. The heavens themselves would burn. She, Ningfangna, absolute ruler of the dragon sect, would carve out bloody justice. Jing didn't flinch. He simply smiled at the final, undeniable proof. The cat could talk. The charade was over. He confessed to knowing her secret from day one. But his mana was spent. Darkness claimed him instantly. Fangna shrieked in absolute indignation, demanding the full story from a snoring man. Dawn broke. His life force surged back to maximum. Over steaming bowls, the interrogation resumed. Fangna listened, her fiery gaze cooling. He hadn't been bullied by mere mortals. He had slaughtered an invading monstrosity. Jing gave a solemn, decisive nod. Her regal brow furrowed deeply. Demonic beasts breaking the city's perimeter without warning? Impossible. A heavy hand landed gently on her furry head. A sincere whisper of gratitude left his lips. Hearing her true name spoken with such warmth, her cheeks ignited like wildfire. Her pride demanded a shield. She bristled, commanding utter respect from her subordinate. She was the supreme sovereign. From this day forth, he would address her only as Lord Nair. Jing played along with a smirk, but the pleasantries were over. Now that the veil was lifted, it was time for an interrogation of his own. He demanded the truth behind the digital evidence. What was she searching for on his screen? Her pupils shrank to slits. Icy dread locked her muscles. The ornament binding her tail was no mere trinket. It was a cattail ring, a divine relic of immeasurable power. She scoured the ancient web for answers. He reached out. His fingers brushed her cursed tail. A piercing shriek tore through the silence. 287 years ago, the absolute creator perished. Legends spoke of golden embers left behind, fragments of divine will, God relics. Once, they were mere myths. Now, the radiant truth blazed right before his very eyes. The mystery finally unraveled. This was how it devoured divine power. Her icy voice shattered his awe. How long would he grip her tail? Heat rushed to his face. He snatched his hand away in an instant. Did she seek the secrets of its power? Her eyes darkened with absolute refusal. Wield it? Never. She only desired one thing: to shatter this accursed binding forever. The grim truth of the dragon sect spilled from her lips. They were no mere rulers of the nightlife. They forged shadowy pacts with martial arts halls. Together they birthed a sprawling empire of poison and despair. Their rise had been meteoric. Their boundless power bred deadly envy. Treachery struck within her own sanctuary, an ambush inside her villa. They forced the cursed relic upon her, stripping away her humanity, leaving only a beastly form behind. She clawed her way out of the jaws of death. But victory belonged to the usurpers. The mighty dragon sect had fallen, stolen by treacherous hands. Only the ring's destruction could restore her true flesh. And then, she demanded a river of blood. She wanted the traitors slaughtered. What was her next move? The digital world held no salvation. The Grand Archives would be equally useless. A cold smile crossed her face. A master plan was already forged. His destiny was set. He would walk the blood-soaked path of the martial artist. He would forge an undeniable, monstrous strength. How would his strength shatter her curse? The logic was brutal but flawless. True power breeds absolute attention. When he stood at the apex of martial might, the world's darkest syndicates would hunt him down. And among those shadowed masters, a wielder of a god relic would surely appear. They would carve a path through those connections, until they ripped the secret of the cattail ring from their cold hands. A dangerous grin stretched across his face. Enemies marching right to his doorstep? Perfect. Her first move was absolute. She would cast him into the ultimate crucible. Had he ever heard of the legendary Hidden Dragon Dojo? He knew the terrifying name well. In his past pursuit of martial supremacy, he had scoured the ledgers of every sect in Qingchang. The Hidden Dragon stood at the very peak, a fortress of exorbitant wealth. But gold was not its greatest legacy. It was the crushing mountain of failure. Countless ruined reputations left in its wake. She sneered with absolute disdain. Those weaklings were nothing but trash. Their bodies broke under true suffering. Failure was their only destiny. But in the hidden realm of true masters, the name of the hidden dragon demanded absolute reverence. How could he breach those sacred gates? Her eyes burned with ancient fire. The path was brutally simple. He must walk the bloody road of the Jianghu, storm the dojo, crush their pride. He froze in sheer disbelief. Would they truly embrace a demon who shattered their sacred grounds? She sighed at his profound ignorance. A dojo storming was no mere brawl. It was a baptism of fire. Gold could buy entry for the weak. Blood and sweat could polish a stone. But without divine talent, it was all meaningless dust. Even heaven-defying talent meant nothing without immediate power. 10 or 8 years to forge a weapon? The battlefield would not wait. Such agonizing delays were utterly worthless. The true essence of combat lay within the mind. A razor-sharp will. Only a soul forged in absolute invincibility could unleash a truly invincible strike. Crushing their disciples was a declaration of supremacy, the ultimate proof of an unyielding spirit. Dawn would mark his descent upon them. She had her own shadows to hunt tonight. The sun rose on the battlefield. A sentinel blocked Jing at the mighty gates of the hidden dragon dojo, a seemingly peaceful handshake, then a sudden bone-crushing pressure. Jing's eyes narrowed. The trial of strength had already begun. A challenge issued. A challenge accepted. Jing unleashed a monstrous, overwhelming grip. Bones groaned. The disciple let out a pathetic howl, begging for mercy as his hand neared absolute destruction. A crowd of martial artists swarmed the gates. Roars of laughter shattered the tension. They waved off the brutal display. He was told to ignore the fallen fool. The crushed man was a tragic fanatic, a rabid dog who challenged all, only to taste bitter defeat. Humiliation burned bright red across his face. His own brethren had mercilessly exposed his weakness. The realization struck. He had crushed a mere passing shadow. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The sea of disciples parted like shattered glass. A suffocating aura descended. The Grandmaster had arrived, flanked by his elite vanguard. Gasps ripped through the courtyard. The absolute ruler had shown himself. Beside him walked the hidden phantoms, the direct disciples, legends who rarely walked beneath the sun. Fear infected the whispers of the crowd. Was the sky falling? Was the mighty sect facing its final dawn? At the center of the storm sat the ancient dragon, Grandmaster Mang Bosang, bound to a wheelchair, yet radiating mountainous pressure. A midnight cat lounged at his side. A deadly petite shadow guided his path. Her name was Ju Ying. To the left stood a venomous presence, the green-haired demon, Chen Fuguang. To the right towered a titan named Li. Behind them drifted the spectral Mqing Xiao. Jing stopped breathing. Fengna was among them. The Grandmaster raised a single weathered hand. The world fell into a terrifying, absolute silence. Piercing eyes locked onto the challenger. Had this boy come to shatter their pride? A storm was brewing. Through the tension, Fengna flashed a secret, lightning-fast wink. The main character caught the signal. Not bad at all, he thought. A low, rumbling laugh escaped the ancient dragon. Decades had passed since such supreme arrogance graced his halls. Did this whelp truly believe he possessed the right to challenge them? Jing's response cut through the air like a blade. Cold, unflinching, honest. Did he have the right? He surveyed the courtyard with dead eyes. The auras here were pitifully weak. Grandmaster Mang Bosang began his true assessment. A barrage of calculated probes. First, the identity of the invader. Jing declared his name, then his mortal age, 17 years. The interrogation dragged on endlessly. A strange dread began to gnaw at Jing's unshakable spirit. The atmosphere twisted. This was no martial assessment. The probing felt invasive, intimate. A terrifying realization struck. This felt exactly like an imperial marriage negotiation. The ancient dragon threw his head back in roaring laughter. Fear not the questions, boy. Such profound scrutiny was absolute law. When assessing a future son-in-law, nothing could remain hidden. Jing broke formation. He leaned toward Fengna, his voice a desperate hiss. What madness was this? Her eyes mirrored his utter shock. She was completely blind to this twisted fate. The petite shadow, Ju Ying, stepped forward. Grandfather, she called out. Her voice was ice against steel. Marriage or death, the law of the Jianghu remained. Blood must be spilled before any vows were made. Her predatory gaze locked onto Jing, a chilling promise to spare his life. Jing gave a slow, deliberate nod. His aura flared. He was primed for war. The crowd gasped in pure horror. The demonic little senior sister was drawing her blade. To the disciples, Jing was already a corpse. Fengna puffed her cheeks in absolute frustration. Why bathe the courtyard in blood? The marriage decree had already been spoken. Shanying issued a final, deadly warning. Fengna's heart hammered with explosive anxiety. A phantom target locked onto its prey. The petite demon unleashed a devastating strike. A blur of motion. Jing danced through the fatal blow with absolute perfection. The counterattack was merciless. He seized her lethal wrist in a vice grip. With explosive force, he slammed her against the unforgiving earth. The world spun around her. Defeat tasted like dust and shock. The green-haired phantom, Fu Guang, narrowed his viper-like eyes. Flawless dynamic vision. A terrifyingly precise grappling execution. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. The boy moved with the same monstrous grace he possessed in his prime. The Grandmaster erupted in joyous, thundering laughter. He bestowed glorious praise upon Fengna. A majestic seedling had been brought to his dying garden. She lifted her chin in absolute pride. Naturally, yet her heart still raced from the sheer terror of a moment ago. The dust settled on the battlefield. Jing locked his gaze upon the ancient dragon. His voice rang with undeniable authority. Had he shattered their pride? Was his storming an absolute victory? The system chimed. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. He had defied the heavens. The weak had violently crushed the strong. Divine rewards flooded his consciousness. Plus 21 combat mastery. Plus 121 physical conditioning. Plus 89 vitality preservation. Plus 56 feline precision. Plus 139 athletic prowess. And plus 50 to his innate charm. The Grandmaster spoke with absolute authority. Jing possessed no formal training, yet he had shattered a prodigy. Such raw talent could not be denied. His right to become a direct disciple was absolute. The time for formalities had ended. A new hierarchy was established. A faint smile graced Jing's lips. He bowed deeply. He greeted his revered master and his martial siblings. Fu Guang stepped forward. He warmly embraced Jing as their seventh junior brother. Shen Ying stood rigid. Shame burned fiercely in her eyes. She bowed her head, offering a proper introduction. She admitted her fatal mistake. She had looked down on a dormant dragon, but her gaze sharpened. One victory did not make him invincible. Arrogance would be his absolute downfall. The truth clicked into place. Until this day, she had held the crown of the youngest disciple. He had stolen her throne. Jing offered a respectful bow of gratitude. She met his respect with a cold, dismissive scoff. A graceful woman approached. She bowed low. She addressed him as Young Master Shu. She offered to guide him through the sacred rites of initiation. Confusion flickered in Jing's eyes. This grand title felt utterly alien. Master Bang's voice boomed with heavy finality. A direct disciple held the weight of a mountain. None dared to disrespect them. Jing now belonged to the elite inner ring. The title of Young Master was not a gift. It was his absolute right. The heavy burden of the title unsettled Jing. He requested a different name. The attendant bowed gracefully. She offered a compromise. From now on, he would be known simply as Master Jing. Jing exhaled a heavy breath. He accepted his new fate. Within the quiet sanctuary of the lounge, he sank into a plush seat. Fangna curled up comfortably against him. A brief moment of total peace. He broke the silence. Crushing a martial sect felt entirely too easy. A single strike had decimated Shen Ying. Fangna immediately shook her head. Her eyes narrowed with grim seriousness. He was gravely mistaken. Shen Ying possessed a terrifying, overwhelming power. The path of martial arts defied simple logic. Raw power meant nothing without a sharp mind. A warrior's spirit, their physical state, their intellect and split-second choices, even the whims of fate. Any of these could tip scales between life and death. The heavy truth crashed down on Jing. Shen Ying had been blinded by her own pride. She had bared her neck to a hidden blade. Fangna nodded solemnly. Her assessment was absolute. Had she shown even a shred of caution? Had she waited for his killing intent to show, he would have been the one crushed into the dust. But history belonged to the victor. A triumph was written in stone. There was no room for debate. Jing clenched his fists. The heavens had favored him this time. He required endless, brutal refinement. His gaze then shifted. He questioned her mysterious disappearance the night prior. Had she lingered in the shadows of the dojo? Fangna offered a cryptic reply. To secure his place, strings had to be violently pulled. She had visited the formidable Grandpa Li. Confusion struck Jing. The casual title masked a deeper secret. Her words dropped like a thunderbolt. Decades ago, this man had nearly stolen her grandfather's bride, a scandalous history of love and betrayal. Jing froze completely. A legendary warrior reduced to a scandalous secret lover. An attendant approached with deep reverence. She presented a sleek, black talisman of authority, his official identity card. With this, the impenetrable gates of the sect would open for him. Jing offered a solemn nod of gratitude. A mechanical chime echoed in his soul. Plus 20 to his commanding presence. Dawn broke. Whispers ignited like wildfire across the training grounds. A monstrous rookie had cultivated through the darkest hours. The legend of Jing was already taking root. The disciples trembled at his explosive power. Divine rewards flooded his panel. Plus 234 experience. Plus 133 vitality preservation. Plus 79 athletic prowess. Plus 89 pure inner force mastery. A terrifying energy erupted from his core. His inner force broke through to the second realm. A massive wave of reverence washed over the disciples. His charm surged by plus 35, but Master Bang offered no rest. The training became a merciless hell. His muscles screamed in agony. Jing held a punishing low stance. The Grandmaster barked orders like thunder. Endure the pain! Break past the mortal limits! A chime echoed in his mind. Plus 99 pure inner force mastery. Do not surrender, Master Bang roared. Let the blood and sweat of the night forge you into steel. The heavenly system chimed relentlessly. Plus 99 inner force. Again and again, the glorious notifications flooded his mind. A shockwave of pure energy shattered his mortal limits. Inner force realm level 3 achieved. The hellish trial finally ended. Jing's legs gave out completely. He crashed hard onto the cold stone. Every drop of his energy was utterly consumed. The old master exhaled a heavy, awe-filled breath. He had trained generations of fierce warriors. Yet, gazing upon this exhausted youth, the truth was absolute. Jing possessed a monstrous potential. He was the most terrifying disciple in history. The time was fast approaching. Soon, he would inherit the supreme art, the legendary hidden dragon cultivation method. Jing remained sprawled on the stone floor. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. Those legendary words struck like lightning. Jing ignored the crushing agony. He forced his battered body to rise. What realm must he reach to claim this power? The master stared in absolute disbelief. This boy was a maniac possessed by martial arts. The old man commanded him to extend his hand. Jing braced himself for another brutal clash. He was completely wrong. Master Bang unleashed a devastating, suffocating aura. The old man's eyes glowed crimson. A torrential flood of pure, ancient ki invaded Jing's meridians. The foreign energy scoured his flesh and bone. Jing was entirely powerless to resist. It was an ocean overwhelming a drop of water. Master Bang's voice cut through the tension. He demanded to know the boy's physical history. Jing offered a humble truth. He only ran. Nothing more. Panic flickered in Jing's eyes. Was his mortal shell flawed? Had he crippled his own foundation? The Grandmaster slowly shook his head. A dark smile touched his lips. Flawed? Not in the slightest. His physical vessel was utterly terrifying. It possessed a flawless, monstrous perfection. Every fiber of muscle, every shard of bone, every pulsing organ. They were forged in absolute harmony, as if crafted by the obsessive hands of a supreme deity. He was born to rule the martial world, a supreme, heaven-defying prodigy. But Jing hid a terrifying secret. This divine foundation was forged by the heavenly panel. The moment his combat arts activated, his mortal flesh had been violently reborn. In the eyes of the world, he was an unmatched genius. His hunger for power roared to life once more. Could he inherit the legendary cultivation method now? Master Bang's brow furrowed into a deep scowl. Why court death with such reckless impatience? The master delivered a harsh reality. Jing had survived a night of pure hell. His muscles were torn. His energy was drained. Attempting the sacred arts with a shattered vessel was pure madness. It was an absolute death sentence. Jing clenched his jaw. What was the next step on this bloody path? Master Bang commanded him to retreat to the sanctuary. He must rest his broken body. The legendary sleeping dragon ointment would be delivered immediately. Midnight draped over the dojo. 3 sharp knocks shattered the silence. The heavy door swung open. Xia Ying stood in the shadows. She had come to mend his battered flesh. A cold chill gripped Jing's spine. Suspicion raged within his mind. Why would his defeated enemy play the healer? Was she hiding a poisoned blade in the dark? Her voice carried an absolute command. Strip off your garments. Jing swallowed his pride and obeyed. The dim light revealed his violently sculpted physique. A spark of surprise flashed in her sharp eyes. His muscles held the dormant power of a beast. A brief surge of masculine pride washed over him. Her voice softened slightly. She ordered him to lie flat. The divine system chimed softly, plus 45 to his captivating allure. Her tone grew strict and dangerous. Do not struggle. Surrender to the process. Her cold fingers spread the mystic healing balm across his burning skin. Panic flared in Jing. He immediately shouted for a pause. Her intentions were an absolute mystery. Every calculated stroke of her hand sent electricity through his nerves. Was this healing or pure, agonizing torture? Her face leaned dangerously close. Her warm breath brushed against his chest as the ointment sank into his flesh. In the suffocating silence, she whispered her truth. The fire of fierce competition burned fiercely within her soul. Blood rushed to Jing's face like a raging wildfire. Yet, his mind remained an immovable mountain. His ironclad self-control refused to shatter. She loomed over his captive form, her piercing gaze locked onto his eyes. "Why the deafening silence?" she demanded. Jing maintained his absolute composure. His voice was a still pond. He accepted this trial. As long as it satisfied her pride, the heavy tension slowly fractured. A reluctant sigh escaped her lips. The bitter truth was spoken at last. Her devastating defeat was born from her own foolish arrogance. Yet, the humiliation still burned like venom in her veins. She sought a petty, agonizing vengeance through this torment. The system chimed in the void once more, plus 45 to his irresistible charm. She softly pleaded for his forgiveness. Her dark game was at an end. The divine rewards continued to multiply. Yet Jing's face was carved from rigid stone. He forced the words through gritted teeth. He harbored no blazing fury toward her. It was merely the excruciating agony of his shattered flesh. A trivial trial on the path to supremacy. The upper refinement was complete. She demanded he shed his lower garments next. Her hand lunged forward. Jing intercepted her wrist with an iron grip. He would handle the rest himself. A wicked giggle escaped her lips. It was a mere test of his nerves. His fleeting panic amused her greatly. She tossed him the medicinal salve. The remaining trials were his alone to bear. She vanished without another word. Left in solitude, he entered the hibernating dragon stance. The ancient martial technique surged through his veins. The system chimed. Fitness experience increased by 98 points. Golden system runes cascaded across his vision. The session concluded. Jing dragged himself through the desolate streets. Every muscle fiber screamed in agonizing protest. A terrifying ordeal. That woman had nearly shattered his mortal vessel. Suddenly, a divine chime echoed in his mind. The system announced a glorious ascension. His combat prowess breached level 3. His inner force erupted, ascending to level 4. A triumphant smirk graced his face. Destiny beckoned. He marched toward the Grand Library for his fated encounter. The title White Raven Squad echoed in his mind. A childish, theatrical moniker. Yet, the truth was far more imposing. They were the elite enforcers of Qing Cheng. The rendezvous point remained a mystery. Why the grand archives of Qing Cheng? Jing ascended the towering structure. He breached the shadowy domain of the 7th floor. Absolute desolation greeted him. The vast halls stood empty. A trick? A deadly ambush? Then, a voice pierced the dead silence. He spun on his heel. A striking figure emerged from the shadows. Golden hair flowed like spun sunlight. She proclaimed her identity as Wu Yuqing, a name woven from innocence and cloudless skies. Jing demanded the whereabouts of Void Blade. He questioned the eerie isolation of this sanctuary. Her response was chillingly calm. She was the shadow who fed Void Blade his secrets. The Enforcer's stronghold was too public for this clandestine exchange. She confessed her initial doubts regarding his worth, but seeing his imposing aura firsthand, he had earned her approval. An invitation to join their ranks was issued. Jing demanded her reasoning. Her answer struck like a thunderbolt. She knew he sought the divine artifacts. His paralyzed stance betrayed his deepest secret. A knowing smirk played upon her lips. She interrogated him on his forbidden knowledge. How did he learn of the divine relics? Jing sealed his lips, refusing to yield. His piercing gaze narrowed. Who was this enigmatic woman? What dark power stood behind her? She waved off his silence. The failure to illuminate the truth was hers alone. She poured a ceramic cup of tea. Jing tasted the liquid. A mundane, flavorless draft. Without hesitation, she discarded the offering back into the iron kettle. A second cup was drawn. She commanded him to drink. Confusion clouded Jing's mind. The liquid appeared entirely unchanged. What twisted game was this woman playing? He drank. Shock shattered his composure. The water tasted of absolute sweetness. Her voice echoed with ancient gravity. 287 years ago, the heavens fractured. A supreme deity perished. The celestial collapse unleashed a storm of radiant light. These fragmented sparks were christened divine blood. They rained upon the mortal realm. They possessed objects, living souls, and the very fabric of human dreams. Any vessel tainted by this immortal essence mutated. They became artifacts of unfathomable power. God Relics. The humble vessel resting on the table, it bore the breath of a dead god. Serial designation God 1567. The Sweetwater Kettle. Jing leaned in, eyes narrowing at the artifact. A shred of mortal doubt lingered. Was this a mere sleight of hand? She thrust the ancient relic into his grasp. The system roared to life. Divine essence detected. Torrents of pure energy flooded his soul. His divinity surged by 5 points. Again and again. His celestial reservoir shattered its limits. 5,000, 2/500. The impossible truth was realized. He could devour the power of the gods with a mere touch. The supreme active skill was etched into his being. Jing stood utterly paralyzed. He demanded the true nature of the vessel. Did it conjure sweetness from the void? Did it manifest boiling tides from nothingness? His voice trembled. The artifact remained in his grip, steadily feeding his limitless power. His mortal deduction had brushed the realm of truth. Her laughter rang out like silver bells. His worldly ignorance was glaring, yet undeniably charming. Jing's eyes widened. The mystic waters never receded. He realized the terrifying truth. The reservoir was boundless. His sharp intellect earned a nod of profound respect. The golden runes continued to flash in his mind. +5 divinity, +5 divinity, an endless feast of celestial power. He abandoned the celestial math. The forbidden skill was finally primed for awakening. She locked eyes with him. As a prodigy of Qing Cheng's elite academy, he must grasp the catastrophic implications. The gears of his mind turned fiercely. His gaze locked onto the cursed vessel. A divine anomaly. An engine of perpetual motion. A paradox capable of shattering the foundational laws of the cosmos. A dark realization hit him. The inexhaustible energy grid of the inner ring. Was it fueled by captured divinity? She commanded him to halt his racing thoughts. The essence of a divine artifact defied mortal logic. It was a cosmic miracle. No human hands could forge such blasphemy. He demanded her true motives. Why bestow this forbidden lore upon him? 3 sunsets ago, he had achieved the impossible. He had crushed a nightmarish abomination with a frail mortal shell. In the shadow of nameless terror, his spirit remained unbroken. She extended a gilded business card. Wu's God Relic Containment and Research Syndicate. He stood before the sovereign architect herself. Her empire forged the weaponry for the legendary White Raven Vanguard. His spiritual fortitude was unquestionable. He had transcended the pathetic limits of ordinary men. She demanded his allegiance to her shadow syndicate. The prospect of infinite divine absorption ignited a fire within his soul. Joining her ranks was no longer a choice. It was a ravenous desire. He swore absolute fealty on the spot. This was no mere mortal employment. This was a gateway to ultimate supremacy. It was a divine crucible he was destined to conquer, a calculated, masterful move. The mind of a true sovereign at work, seizing fate by the throat. A sanctuary overflowing with the shattered remains of gods. The mere thought set his blood ablaze. Limitless wealth, unfathomable power. The ultimate ascension path had revealed itself. The artifacts were the sole chalices of divine essence. His passive skill, Twin Life, was already a law-defying cheat. If the active ability proved even more devastating, he would stand as the invincible sovereign of this world. A dark, booming laugh erupted from his chest. Yu Qing watched him spiral into his euphoric madness. She pulled a heavy parchment from her shadows. The binding pact was thrust into his hands. Inspect the terms. Bind his soul to the dotted line. His piercing gaze scanned the runes. A mundane labor pact at a glance. Yet, a blood oath of absolute secrecy lurked within the margins. A grim warning was etched in black ink. The containment of divine anomalies. A theater of unimaginable hazard. The shadow of death loomed over every mission. Should his mortal vessel shatter, restitution was guaranteed. 5 million credits, a blood price for healers, mourning rites, and earthly debts. But the pact held a venomous clause. Should arrogance or foolishness claim his life? The syndicate owed him nothing. The truth was brutally clear. He was stepping into a meat grinder of the gods. Divine relics hold immense power, she explained. They fall into 4 strict tiers. Rank D poses little threat. Rank C demands caution. Rank B brings absolute peril. And Rank A means utter devastation. His future missions depended entirely on his growth. Only true strength would grant him access to the abyss. He pressed for answers about Rank A artifacts. But she raised a hand, silencing him immediately. Your level is far too low for that nightmare. A cataclysm of that magnitude defied mortal limits. No single warrior, no grand syndicate could ever suppress it. When a Rank A descends, the entire nation mobilizes. The highest government forces must answer the call. His gaze sharpened. "Why choose me?" he demanded. Surviving a brush with a divine relic was mere luck. It hardly proved his worth for such a perilous path. His supreme system remained an absolute secret. His martial arts journey was equally hidden from her eyes. A simple recommendation from Voidblade meant nothing. There had to be an ulterior motive. A cold tension filled the air. She leaned in, her voice dripping with absolute certainty. "You misunderstand the truth," she whispered. "You did not seek the divine relic. The relic sought you." The revelation struck him like thunder. "Explain," he commanded. "These ancient artifacts possess a will of their own. They hunger, they hunt, and they gravitate toward those bearing a specific resonance. A rare few mortals walked this earth as living beacons. Their very existence pulled ancient power toward them. She carried this cursed blessing, and she knew, without a doubt, that Jing Kimbong possessed the exact same terrifying constitution. To bind him to her cause, she laid down a fortune. The parchment before him gleamed with impossible wealth. A base tribute of 200,000 every single month. For every demonic artifact conquered, the spoils would be immense. A 25% bounty of the entire conquest, plus a 1% permanent, stacking dominion over their empire. The veil of deception finally lifted. His existence was an irreplaceable weapon. Their desperate rush to claim him finally made perfect sense, but he kept his composure, dismissing the worldly wealth. "My hunger is for the relics themselves," he declared calmly. With a swift stroke, he sealed his fate upon the contract. He pushed the binding pact across the table. "May our alliance prove fruitful," he murmured. A triumphant smile curved her lips. "Our victory is assured," she replied smoothly. The negotiation was complete. He turned his back to the shadows and walked away. The path of the martial artist and the relic hunter collided. His days would become a relentless crucible of blood and sweat. The mundane life of an academy student was slipping through his fingers. He transmitted a swift, encrypted message to G. The alibi was simple: a severe, bedridden illness. The reply came instantly. The mundane world was handled. 200,000 a month shattered all mortal expectations. Even 10 years after graduation, an ordinary man could never match this fortune. But gold meant nothing without power. His singular burning obsession was pure, absolute strength. Supreme power was his only ticket back home. It was time to unleash his hidden arsenal. Striding through the desolate outer ring, his mind flared. The divine system panel manifested in the air. The ancient essence surged. The divinity required to upgrade Twin Life Level 1 showed 5,002 over 100. Its passive blessing was a miracle. Absolute resurrection. 2 lives bound to 1 soul. Upon the moment of destruction, he could command his rebirth. Up to 7 days of waiting, chained to a 3-month dormant cycle. The active seal was finally broken. The unlock requirement was 5,002 over 500, a milestone he had already shattered. The heavenly voice demanded confirmation. Activate Twin Life? He commanded the awakening without hesitation. A new law of reality bent to his will. Each level granted authority to double a single mortal attribute. Once triggered, the chosen power would explode twofold. The ancestral menu presented the paths: supreme memory, impenetrable defense, earth-shattering strength, lightning reaction, phantom speed, divine calculation, unbreakable focus. The mechanics were terrifyingly simple. Selecting pure might would forge him into an unstoppable titan during activation. But impenetrable defense was redundant against the immortality of resurrection. His mortal vessel was already forged in steel, and his killing strikes required absolute precision, not mere barbaric force. An ancient martial proverb echoed in his soul: "Under the heavens, only speed remains undefeated." Without a second thought, he seized the phantom speed. A baseline was required to measure this divine grace. His sharp gaze locked onto a distant street lamp. Exactly 100 meters separated him from the target. He unleashed his mortal limits first. Dust kicked up as he launched himself forward. 10.24 seconds, a mediocre flash in the realm of true monsters. The true test had arrived. The divine skill ignited in his veins. He returned to the mark and exploded off the ground. The world blurred. Only a phantom streak of lightning tore through the dark street. 5.12 seconds. Absolute, mathematically perfect devastation. The twin life was no mere trick of the system. It was an earth-shattering reality. A mortal could bleed and sweat to conquer the 100-meter sprint. Pushing from 20 seconds down to 12 was a human struggle. But conquering the absolute limits defied human will. Shaving off just 0.1 seconds demanded 100 or even 1,000 times more agony. Without supreme talent and massive resources, it was an absolute dead end. In the brutal theater of life and death, a single breath decides the victor. Igniting this skill mid-combat would shatter all physical laws. His acceleration would break reality itself. It was an absolute, unavoidable execution. A cruel smile touched his lips. This power trampled upon the very laws of nature. A transcendent, rule-breaking miracle born for slaughter. His blood boiled for another burst of supreme velocity, but a cold system prompt shattered his anticipation. The divine art had already plunged into slumber. A mere 20 seconds of absolute supremacy had drained the essence. The cost of defying the heavens was steep. He had to wield this trump card with lethal precision. The recovery laws remained an absolute mystery. Exhaustion crashed over him like a tidal wave. Every muscle fiber screamed in agonizing protest. A hot bath and the sanctuary of sleep were all that mattered now. The hidden dragon dojo awaited him at dawn. But suddenly, the world spun violently. Absolute darkness swallowed his consciousness. The shrill scream of a ringing phone pierced the silence. He jolted awake upon the cold concrete of the staircase. 6 missing hours of his life. His body had completely collapsed before he could even reach his door. Panic faded into sharp focus. The system panel flared to life. The twin life core was radiating energy once more. The mathematical truth revealed itself in an instant. The divine exchange rate was brutal. Every 1 second of godlike power demanded 1,000 seconds of dormant slumber. Pushing it to the absolute limit forced a 6-hour heavenly seal. A violent buzz interrupted his thoughts. Shang's furious message glared from the screen. Where was he? The horrible realization struck him like a physical blow. He had missed the dawn. He launched himself into the streets like a fired cannon. The grand gates of the hidden dragon dojo loomed ahead. He shattered the morning silence, blasting the doors wide open. Shang stood amidst the grueling training hall, her piercing eyes locked onto his panting figure. A dangerous smirk crept across her face. Perfect timing, she declared, stepping forward like a predator. Her grip was like iron as she dragged him to the arena's heart. Today we witness the true manifestation of Jin force, she announced. A tremor of excitement rippled through the crowd. The disciples whispered, bloodlust and gambling igniting the room. A senior disciple sneered from the shadows. To them, Shang's previous defeat was nothing but a careless fluke. Jing was merely a fledgling, barely crawling on the martial path. Lightning striking twice was an absolute impossibility. Pity washed over the weaker students. They silently prayed the fierce instructor wouldn't shatter all his bones. Jing saw through the facade. A mere demonstration? No. This was a desperate bid to reclaim her shattered pride. She would show no mercy this time. Yet, fear found no purchase in his heart. This was the ultimate crucible, a chance to forge his newly awakened power. With a mock bow, he ignited Twin Life Level 1. Her palm lashed out with lethal intent, but she struck nothing but empty air. He was gone. A ghost materialized beside her. His grip locked around her arm like iron. With brutal efficiency, he drove her into the unforgiving earth. The impact rattled her very soul. Confusion clouded her eyes. She had unleashed her absolute limits, yet still tasted the bitter ash of defeat. He stood above her, a monument of calm, declaring his absolute victory. The system chimed, plus 97 fighting experience. Power surged through his veins, plus 81 fitness experience, plus 49 health preservation experience. The rewards of dominance rained down, plus 26 aiming experience, plus 69 sports experience. The skill ascended to level 2, 9 out of 500. Then, a chilling revelation struck him. The paradigm had shifted. He was no longer the underdog. Twin life speed had shattered the scales. In the eyes of the absolute system, he was no longer her inferior. The weak had become the apex predator. Shang possessed battle-hardened instincts. She was prepared for war, yet she could not even track his shadow. The sheer terror of his own velocity finally dawned on him. His path was now clear. He must conquer this domain of absolute speed. The silence broke. Fu Guang beckoned from the shadows, offering a joint descent into the hibernating dragon technique. He accepted the 5th senior brother's challenge. Time crawled forward. Then, sheer, unadulterated shock washed over Fu Guang. The rumors of a single knight's mastery? Fu Guang had scoffed at them. Now he witnessed the impossible. An aura of ancient terror coiled around Jing, the birth of true dragon ki. Fu Guang remembered his own agonizing beginnings. A mere 30 minutes of torment. The gap between them was a monstrous abyss. Swallowing his pride, he revealed an ancient truth. Legend spoke of a forbidden realm, the ultimate pinnacle of mortal flesh, the treasure body, a state where muscle and bone transcended mortality, forging a living, breathing artifact. To cross this threshold meant achieving the 5 divine perfections, a total metamorphosis of the human vessel. Muscles harboring dragons and elephants, tendons coiling like ancient iron trees, skin blooming into flawless glazed glass, bones forged of indestructible jade, and veins coursing with molten gold. Flesh so impossibly dense, it roared with the might of primordial leviathans, sinews woven with the unbreakable resilience of 1,000-year ironwood, an exterior of absolute invulnerability, a flawless surface mirroring polished glass, repelling all malice, a skeletal structure of immortal jade, defying destruction. And upon the ignition of Qi, the lifeblood itself would combust, erupting like a catastrophic volcanic surge. Fu Guang called it a myth, a fairy tale for fools. No mortal had ever claimed this throne. But a dangerous fire ignited in Jing's soul. The failures of weak men meant nothing to him. Ambition bared its fangs. He would carve his name into the annals of legends. He would become the myth. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered. Violent chaos erupted. Fu Guang flinched like startled prey. The eldest senior brother had arrived. A storm of razor-sharp glass rained upon the floor. Panic edged Fu Guang's voice. He hastily introduced the intruder. This was Bojang, the undisputed apex of the dojo, a beast clothed in human flesh. The system's warnings flashed in Jing's mind. Bojang despised words. A fanatic of raw power, a hater of trivial nuisances, a zealot who worshipped absolute force, a fiercely protective husband, and a man who refused the mundane path of a door. Fu Guang mumbled his final trait. He relished the destruction of glass. Jing turned his gaze to the ruined window. Disbelief gripped his throat. The sheer vertical drop was staggering. Bojang had launched himself from the earth to the summit, a singular, explosive leap. The terrifying magnitude of his leg strength defied logic. Fu Guang tentatively asked the behemoth his purpose. A dismissive flick of the wrist was his only reply. Fu Guang read the silent command. Murmuring an excuse, he made a hasty retreat. But before he vanished, Fu Guang dropped a vital truth. The true secret of the hibernating dragon. It was not merely harboring power. It was the lethal art of delivery and manifestation. With a surge of Qi, Fu Guang launched himself through the broken frame. Silence reclaimed the room. A profound epiphany struck Jing like thunder. He had been a fool, blindly hoarding Qi like a miser, ignoring its true weaponization. A deadly calculus formed in his mind. He would fuse this raw energy with his divine aim. 3 hours of grueling torment passed. He inhaled, pulling the very essence of the world into his lungs. He meditated until his veins threatened to rupture. Then, a mere flick of his finger, a cataclysmic shockwave tore through the atmosphere. This was a weapon of mass destruction, a far cry from hurling mere stones. Suddenly, the sharp, rhythmic sound of applause echoed in the chamber. The Grandmaster had materialized from the shadows. His presence was suffocating. He recognized the terrifying truth. Jing harbored not only physical supremacy, but a monstrous aptitude for the martial arts. A solitary pill was offered. A command was given. Consume it. Jing swallowed the enigma without a sliver of doubt. Look at me, the master ordered. Then, reality began to warp. Gravity abandoned him. He was adrift in a boundless, crushing void. Space and time dissolved into madness. Deep within his core, the ingested pill ignited like a dying star. The energy condensed. A majestic, terrifying golden dragon roared to life. Primal fear seized Jing's heart. The ancient beast unsealed its gaze. A blinding golden radiance pierced Jing's retinas. The manifestation began. Divine, golden scales erupted across his right arm. An agonizing pressure crushed his skull. His internal Qi mutated into a frenzied, uncontrollable storm. Was this the pill's true curse? He inhaled the surrounding void. He must force the tempest into submission. Igniting the hibernating dragon technique, he severed his breath. In the darkest abyss of his mind, a transcendental euphoria bloomed. Yet, simultaneously, every mortal doubt and chaotic thought clawed for dominance. The divine beast loomed, a mountain of gold. He anchored his will to the cultivation path. The monstrous serpent coiled around his mortal shell. An explosion of golden majesty consumed the void as man and beast became one. The metamorphosis was absolute. Indestructible dragon scales armored his flesh. His pupils narrowed into terrifying draconic slits. The conditions were fulfilled. The divine skill, visualization, awakened. Visualization. Level 1, 0 out of 300. His heavy eyelids finally parted. The illusion shattered. He had returned to the anchor of his mortal flesh, drenched in a cold sweat. The Grandmaster spoke, his voice grave. A split second later, and disaster would have struck. The vision would have devoured every ounce of his life force. To forge Dragon Key on the first descent, it was a feat of monstrous genius. Even the stoic master could not hide his awe. Still gasping for air, Jing demanded the truth. What was this terrifying power? The master revealed the ancient secret. Dragon Key was the weaponization of the soul's fury. It was the berserker's wrath that shattered mountains. It was the desperate, infinite surge of power when teetering on the abyss of death. This was the doctrine of the hidden dragon. To ignite these primal emotions was the key of motion. To shackle and master them was the absolute key of stillness. To fuse motion with absolute stillness, that is the pinnacle of the martial path. Mastery over this guarantees utter triumph. Jing sought the method to forge this power. A knowing smile crossed the master's face. The boy had already touched the grand truth. Yet, the final revelation had to be seized alone. Seeking a mind wiped clean of worldly dust, Jing closed his eyes. He plunged into the void. The floodgates of his soul shattered. Lifetimes of buried memories surged forth in terrifying clarity. Even the most obscure ancient trials from his mortal past flashed before him. Enigmas that once baffled his mortal mind now unraveled like fragile threads. Forgotten ancient texts and boundless knowledge flared within his consciousness. The truth struck like a thunderbolt. His intellect had ascended to a terrifying new realm. The master's voice cut through the silence. This was merely a fraction of the grand design. Jing looked inward. The petty squabbles of the mortal realm could no longer shake his iron resolve. His mind's eye expanded into a limitless universe. A colossal, majestic dragon materialized within his thoughts. He could see it all. Every single golden scale, every strand of ethereal mane, the beast pulsed with godlike vitality. Revelation struck him like a blazing meteor. This was the ultimate truth of supreme visualization. Yet, words hold no power in the martial world. The master raised a hand, silencing him. True enlightenment demands the baptism of combat. He ordered Qing Xiao to step into the blood-stained arena. She chewed her humble rations. Crumbs dusted her face. But her presence was a sleeping volcano. The master revealed a chilling truth. Among the disciples, her mastery over motion was absolute perfection. Not even her legendary father could match her monstrous physical dominion. A fierce curiosity ignited within Jing. Could she rival the monstrous might of the sixth sister? Qing Xiao shifted into her battle stance. Jing unleashed his strike, but a shadow blurred. The impact shattered his defenses before he even exhaled. He stood paralyzed. Disbelief gripped his soul. The master's laughter echoed like thunder. Jing's killing intent was an open book. The young warrior gritted his teeth. To think this girl eclipsed even his heaven-defying system. A savage roar tore from his throat. He launched a desperate, heaven-shaking assault. Victory was his only desire. Yet, blow after devastating blow crushed his mortal frame. Ruthless tactics or demonic strikes. None of it mattered in the crucible of war. Only the victor remained standing. A vicious kick struck like a meteor. His body was launched across the desolate courtyard. Crimson blood spilled from his lips. Yet, the fire in his eyes burned with an unyielding inferno. He dragged his shattered body forward. The clash of titans raged on. Even as the sun bled into a blackened horizon, his iron will refused to break. A momentary lapse. He dodged her deadly fist. He channeled his raging aura and struck her armored guard. The explosive shockwave threw her back, but a bizarre, lingering resonance upon his striking hand left him utterly bewildered. The master vanished and reappeared instantly. He caught the girl, neutralizing the catastrophic momentum. His voice boomed across the training grounds. The trial of blood had concluded. Her energy reserves were critically depleted. Forcing another clash would serve no divine purpose. He ordered her to restore her vital aura. Catching his breath, Jing finally voiced a heavy doubt. Why did the fourth sister remain eternally silent? The master's eyes darkened with an ancient sorrow. A tragic calamity had cursed her childhood, but this grim history was not for today. He promised to unveil that dark fate when the time was right. Shifting his gaze, the master pierced Jing's soul. Had the brutal baptism forged his spirit? Jing did not hide the bitter truth. His life force was completely drained. He was hollowed out. The divine system flashed with golden runes. His physical vitality soared to 827 out of 2,000. His mortal resilience reached 468 out of 800. His agility burst to 699 out of 2,000. His muscles screamed in agonizing torment. Never had he tasted such absolute exhaustion. Yet, an unprecedented euphoria engulfed his soul. His charismatic aura sat at 66 out of 1,200. Precision stood at 567 out of 800. Combat mastery flared to 520 out of 800. Athleticism hit 217 out of 1,200. And supreme visualization dominated at 251 out of 300. A chilling realization washed over him. The fourth sister was a walking calamity. Surviving her wrath for over 4 agonizing hours had granted him a monstrous surge in cosmic power. He vowed to shadow her footsteps, throwing away all mortal pride for such boundless gains. Dragging his weary bones, he returned to his sanctuary. He brought sacred meat offerings for his companion, but the domain was utterly empty. Shadows devoured the sky. A creeping dread seized his heart. Where had she vanished? Suddenly, an unnatural sound echoed from the purifying chambers. Confusion morphed into razor-sharp alert. No intruders were registered at the gates. Only his solitary footprints marked the entrance. Was she trapped within? A terrifying scenario clawed at his mind. Had an unseen assassin cornered her inside the sealed room? Dark memories of her sworn blood enemies flashed before his eyes. His spiritual pressure spiked with suffocating anxiety. Kicking down the barrier, he charged into the domain. But there was no slaughter, only the tranquil waters of her bath. Startled by his explosive entry, she unleashed a torrential splash of defensive panic. He intercepted her chaotic movements. He warned that their precious, golden rations were rapidly losing their vital heat. A gluttonous fire ignited within her eyes. Setting aside all worldly boundaries, they plunged into the cleansing waters together. She rested upon him like a captive beast. He cleansed her spiritual vessel with steady hands. Drowning in overwhelming comfort and divine meat, her defenses crumbled to dust. The heavenly system registered a catastrophic surge in her soul's devotion. A monstrous wave of 89 divine charm flooded his being. The ancient relic upon his finger pulsed with blinding, celestial energy. She pressed her feral palm against his racing heart. The brilliant radiance threatened to scorch his eyes. He forced his vision through the holy light. The beastly claw had vanished. In its place, a delicate mortal hand rested on his flesh. His blood ran cold. The creature had transcended into human form. Yet, the feral ears and sweeping tail remained, a dangerous mark of her beastly origin. Pure terror seized her newborn humanity. She violently recoiled, screaming for him to avert his gaze. Her beastly appendage whipped around, blinding his vision. He commanded her chaotic spirit to stabilize. She demanded absolute honesty. Swearing upon his martial honor, he urged her to rise from the water so they could negotiate this crisis. Suddenly, an electric shock of unprecedented power tore through her meridians. He sensed the tremor in her soul. She desperately masked the phenomenon. A crimson flush stained her mortal cheeks. She cursed the heavens. Why did this divine metamorphosis trigger in such a compromising state? Jing unraveled the cosmic puzzle. Their careless actions had awakened the sleeping God Relic. Her eyes widened at the terrifying revelation. Then, the shattered pieces of fate fell into place. A fleeting spark of forbidden devotion had just ignited in her soul. Jing questioned the absurdity of the cosmos. Could a fraction of mortal desire, combined with mere worldly food, force a heavenly evolution? The requirements for this divine shift were utterly laughable. She analyzed her new vessel. The pointed ears, the predatory fangs, the feral tail. Her beastly essence stubbornly clung to her human frame. Wrath boiled within her against the defective artifact of a fallen deity. She leveled a lethal glare at Jing. He must not twist this catastrophic anomaly into a romantic delusion. This was an error of fate. Her fierce words died in her throat. The atmosphere thickened with a dangerous tension. Her senses locked onto an undeniable, primal shift within his physical vessel. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. He confessed this was a rebellious surge of primal energy, untamed by his will. If she did not retreat instantly, his iron discipline would shatter. Trembling, she agreed to withdraw her binding appendage. But his eyes must remain sealed shut. He accepted the blind pact. She initiated a tactical retreat, but the treacherous waters betrayed her footing. A catastrophic slip sent them crashing together. In that chaotic collision, their vital centers collided with terrifying intimacy. Her mortal face burned with the heat of a dying sun. The shockwave of sensation threatened to obliterate her mind. Jing ground his teeth to dust. He anchored his crumbling sanity, fighting a losing war against the demonic temptation. He issued a desperate command. She must move with the grace of a phantom. Every chaotic struggle she made chipped away at his crumbling fortress of restraint. Tears of supreme panic flooded her eyes. She swore this fatal collision was not a trap. He already knew the truth. He roared for her to break the perimeter, escape now while his humanity remained intact. Otherwise, she would never escape his grasp. Absolute terror shattered her remaining courage. She executed an explosive retreat, bursting through the wooden gates and sealing them shut. The suffocating tension finally evaporated. Only in the heavy silence did Jing dare to open his glowing eyes. An hour passed. He emerged from the rising steam. The beastly form had returned. She sat there in her feline state. The mystery of her curse deepened. Her panic had settled. Yet the human flesh was gone. No amount of desperate struggle could shatter the feline vessel. The mystic laws binding her remained an unbreakable enigma. He took his place beside the creature. His hand reached out. She recoiled into the shadows. He harbored no anger for her fear. He spoke of a new ally, a master of divine artifacts. Dawn would bring answers. He vowed to seek out the truth behind her curse. Perhaps a path to her human resurrection still existed. Dark visions clouded the beast's mind, a bloody retribution upon her return to flesh. A sinister purr echoed in the quiet room. Jing simply breathed a heavy sigh. The morning sun pierced the dark. His disciplined rest yielded immediate power. Health preservation surged by 38 points. It ascended to the third tier, 3 out of 800. The creature rested silently at his flank. A rare moment of absolute peace. A fleeting smile crossed his battle-hardened face. Suddenly, a digital tremor shattered the silence. A summon from Yu King. An urgent call to arms. A new mission awaited. The tension in his chest finally uncoiled. He stepped into the grand halls of the library. His eyes scanned the shadows for Wu Yuking. The rendezvous point stood empty. The deadly informant was nowhere to be found. Only a seemingly ordinary girl with glasses remained, but his awakened senses caught a lethal anomaly. The stranger was the informant herself. Her terrifying aura had been masked. Slowly, she removed the crystal frames. A suffocating wave of power erupted. Her deadly beauty multiplied infinitely. She praised his terrifying mental fortitude. Few could pierce her divine camouflage. He braced himself against the overwhelming wave of her supernatural allure. A sharp cough shattered the hypnotic spell. He averted his gaze from the dangerous temptation. She revealed the absolute truth. The spectacles were a divine artifact, God Relic 1280. A deceptive artifact of the highest order. It completely erased the wearer from the world's perception. He questioned if such a meager trick was its only power. His fingers grazed the cursed frame. Divine essence flooded his veins. The true horror lay in its release. Once removed, the shackled aura explodes like a dying star. Decades of suppression birth an unstoppable visual shockwave. The realization settled his warring mind. It was the absolute power of the divine, not a weakness in his own flesh. The artifact's spell had simply manipulated his mind. His focus shifted back to the blood-soaked reality of their trade, but the informant held a dark secret she needed him to see. An unprecedented operation, a Class C containment protocol, far beyond his current station. The target wielded God Relic 1115, the crown of absolute malice, an ancient horror that feeds on primal sin. The host was a predator named Lu Haiying, a demon consumed by insatiable lust. Her eyes hunted the beautiful. Her demonic hunger demanded absolute possession of male prey. The puzzle pieces of fate snapped together. The divine glasses were his weapon. She acknowledged his terrifying potential and unshakable will. The strategy was absolute suicide. Suppress his aura, then shatter the seal. The explosive charm would completely incinerate the target's sanity. In that fatal moment of vulnerability, the cursed crown could be seized. The execution fell entirely on his shoulders. Pure revulsion warped his stoic features. They demanded he become the ultimate bait in a lethal game of seduction. Yet the bloody logic was undeniable. 2 divine artifacts ripe for the taking, a flawless harvest of unimaginable power, and the cursed glasses were a perfect tactical fit. 10 years of absolute suppression. The ensuing explosion of power would be godlike. He questioned the origin of this dangerous tool. A cold truth fell from her lips, borrowed from a rival faction in the shadows. The revelation struck like lightning. Other organizations moved in the dark. She stiffened immediately. A classified secret had just slipped through her defenses. He believed their order stood alone, the solitary guardians of a broken world. She shattered that arrogant illusion without mercy. The war for relics was brutal and cheap. They were merely scavengers, cleaning up the divine fallout. He scoffed at the grim reality. A tragic existence for those dancing with death. Thousands of divine plagues corrupted the earth, manifesting from the void without warning. No single empire could contain such an apocalyptic tide. The death toll was astronomical. He probed for alliances in the darkness. The answer was absolute isolation. The sovereign powers deployed them as expendable weapons. Mercenaries drowning in blood and greed. She issued a chilling decree. Trust no rival walking the path of containment. He accepted the violent terms of this shadow war. A demonstration of power was required. Confusion flickered in her deadly eyes. He shattered the optical seal. The shockwave hit her soul. Her heart hammered against her ribs. The cosmic laws registered the shift. 19 points of pure dominant aura acquired. The lethal weapon was primed. The war chariot moved out. He studied the blood-stained dossier. The target was a queen of nightmares. She ruled the neon-soaked wasteland of the southern sector, a labyrinth of sin and shadows, the ultimate hunting ground for a demonic matriarch. The intelligence reports painted a terrifying picture. She had violently conquered the underworld, powered by the dark blessings of the villainous crown. A syndicate of thorns had risen under her banner. The Rose Gang commanded absolute terror. Day by day, she devoured the life force of countless victims. A catastrophic cycle of dark magic. The crown fed on her endless malice. As her twisted hungers grew, her physical monstrosity multiplied. Unchecked, she would evolve into an unstoppable calamity. The infinite stacking of dark power must be severed. Stripping the crown was the only path to salvation. A bloodless extraction seemed mathematically impossible. The transport halted in the heart of darkness. The commander ordered them into the abyss. His boots hit the cursed pavement. Divine energy surged to 79%. Chaos immediately erupted. The brutal crunch of bone and steel echoed through the alley. Maniacal laughter pierced the night air. Absolute freedom born of absolute violence. A female voice joined the symphony of cruelty. She declared her reign of terror unbreakable. Any opposition would be crushed into dust. His predator gaze locked onto the target. The twisted matriarch spewed arrogant delusions. The grim realization struck his core. This decaying monster was the target. A frail civilian pleaded for mercy. Her wicked sneer promised absolute doom. She demanded the flesh of his own bloodline. The old man offered a desperate compromise. A futile attempt to shield his sons from the demon's grasp. A predatory smile cracked her decaying face. She laid claim to both souls. From the shadows, absolute disgust paralyzed the assassin. He would choose the embrace of death before stepping into that cursed honey trap. Heavy footsteps shattered the tension. A legion of armed enforcers flooded the zone. A death warrant was declared. The reign of the Mad Queen was coming to a bloody end. The winds of vengeance howled through the street. He melted further into the absolute darkness. The Razor Gang warlord stepped forward. A lethal challenge echoed through the urban wasteland. The demonic queen mocked the incoming executioner. Her arrogance defied the heavens. A broken victim gasped out the warlord's true name. The clash of titans was inevitable. The defeated thugs pointed their trembling fingers at Keeping. Lu's gaze swept over his physique with predatory hunger. She purred a wicked invitation to play her twisted game. Those words ignited a raging inferno within his soul. His fist tore through the air with lethal intent. She evaded the deadly blow with phantom-like grace. He roared for the return of his stolen domain. Yet his furious strikes met only empty space. From the shadows, Jing pieced together the bloody history. The Razor Gang once ruled these streets. Now, Lu's Rose Syndicate claimed the throne in blood. Thus began this bitter street-level war, a clash of empires forged in the slums. The Razor Gang remnants surged forward like rabid dogs. They spat venomous taunts, mocking her evasive, cowardly dance. The Rose Syndicate drew their blades in response. Absolute chaos erupted. Suddenly, a heavy brick crushed a subordinate's skull. Lu froze in her tracks. Horror washed over her face as her precious pawn fell. The grieving father wailed in absolute despair. Seeing his flesh and blood shattered broke his mind. For Lu, the screams were deafening. Her twisted amusement vanished, replaced by cold, murderous annoyance. A sinister grin stretched across Kipping's face. The true battle had finally begun. He unleashed his absolute martial authority. His fist broke the sound barrier and struck true. The monstrous impact launched her straight through the concrete wall. Yet, she refused to stay down. A manic light ignited in her eyes. Pure bloodlust consumed her entirely. They collided like warring titans. The alleyway instantly transformed into a slaughterhouse. From the shadows, Jing analyzed the battlefield. Kaiping concealed a monstrous hidden strength. His aura condensed. His bare palm forged into an unbreakable blade. He severed solid steel with absolute ease. Yet, the strike left barely a scratch on Lu's flesh. Kaiping's martial mastery eclipsed hers utterly, but Lu possessed a horrifying, unnatural resilience. She was an unbreakable fortress. His most devastating techniques crashed against her in vain. Her steel bat finally carved through his guard. The crushing impact forced dark blood from Kaiping's lips. Suddenly, a celestial chime echoed in Jing's mind. The system window flared. Divinity extraction had reached its zenith. His movement speed enhancement roared to life. A divine choice lay before him. He could elevate his physical might, absolute defense, or godlike reflexes, or perhaps his mental processing, supreme focus, or infinite memory. Speed already coursed through his veins. Now, he hungered for devastating, explosive power. He selected physical strength. Anticipation surged as the terrifying upgrade merged with his soul. He locked onto his prey. A mere pebble rested between his fingers. With a casual flick, it tore through the air like sniper fire. The projectile decimated Kaiping's leg. The sickening crunch of bone echoed through the night. Jing felt the monstrous difference instantly. This was a realm-shattering evolution of power. Lu frantically scanned the shadows. She roared into the darkness, demanding the hidden sniper reveal himself. Kaiping writhed on the broken earth, consumed by explosive rage. He believed Lu had ordered a treacherous ambush. Survival instincts screamed at him to retreat. His bleeding subordinates dragged him away into the abyss. They spat vows of endless vengeance before vanishing. Lu wiped the blood from her face, laughing at the lingering pain. The shadows parted. Jing stepped into the moonlight with the presence of a king. She demanded if he was the ghost who struck from the dark. Jing coldly confessed to his absolute power. Her eyes narrowed, questioning if he wielded firearms. He smiled, cryptically hinting at his hidden arsenal. Yet he swore no bullets would pierce her flesh tonight. His piercing gaze stripped away her secrets. She possessed raw power, but lacked true martial refinement. Her brutal movements reeked of untrained arrogance. He chose to crush her in pure, unadulterated combat. He would dismantle her pride without breaking a sweat. Should the tides turn, a backup plan lay waiting. Removing his glasses would unleash an overwhelming, hypnotic control. She threw back her head, barking a vulgar, mocking laugh. She claimed he lacked the strength to conquer her anywhere but a bed. Jing offered no words in return. He merely closed his eyes and summoned the abyss. A suffocating killing intent erupted from his core. Lu stepped back. Genuine terror gripped her heart for the very first time. Trembling, she demanded the true identity of this monster. With freezing calm, he spoke a single word. His name was Set. The ultimate twin life technique ignited within him. He vanished, becoming a phantom of pure speed. His foot connected with her torso like a falling meteor. She crashed into the earth. A crater spiderwebbed across the ruined pavement. Shock paralyzed her shattered senses. Death approached in the form of his descending fist. The blow shattered her arrogance upon impact. A terrifying storm of knuckles rained down upon her. Each strike carried the wrath of a god, pulverizing her defenses. The executioner's final strike launched her through the air. She buried deep into the reinforced concrete structure. The earth-shaking devastation was absolute. Even Jing's godlike fists hummed from the monstrous recoil. The deafening roar of destruction summoned terrified bystanders. Whispers rippled through the gathered crowd. Surely, this apocalyptic destruction was a cinematic illusion. The fortress wall lay in utter ruin. Many feared the woman had been ground into dust beneath the debris. Awe and terror surrounded Jing's solitary figure. Who was this monstrous young master? Suddenly, the rubble shifted. Lu rose like a vengeful demon from hell. Murderous rage twisted her bloody features. The accursed artifact upon her brow erupted with blackened, suffocating energy. Her voice dripped with pure, venomous hatred. He had crossed the point of no return. Yet Jing only offered a chilling, exhilarated smile. The thrill of battle pumped through his veins. She roared her vow to grind his bones into bloody ash. Her rusted weapon cleaved the air with lethal intent. He danced past death by a millimeter. His knee ascended like a dragon, obliterating her jaw. Crimson spray painted the moonlit air. Yet, a grotesque, demonic grin stretched across her shattered face. Her iron grip locked onto his wrist like a vice. She whispered that his escape was now impossible, but her triumphant sneer instantly froze. Jing's expression remained terrifyingly indifferent. He casually pressed a single finger against her skull. Supreme target lock engaged without mercy. The main character unleashed a devastating flick. The kinetic energy was utterly catastrophic. Her weapon clattered uselessly to the stones. She collapsed in agony, shrieking as blinding pain ruptured her vision. The ancient teachings of his master echoed in his mind. Honor in combat was a fool's illusion. Righteousness meant nothing before the blade. Victory alone defined truth. Every ruthless tactic was a step toward absolute triumph. The survivor writes the history of the world. He recognized no boundaries in this lethal dance. Biological weakness offered the perfect opening. He aimed for the absolute center of vulnerability. His foot ascended with brutal, unforgiving precision. A guttural gasp escaped her lips as her world crumbled. She crumpled to the earth, paralyzed by agonizing shock. Looming above her broken form, Jing interlaced his fingers. He raised his executioner's hammer high into the night. With apocalyptic force, he brought his hands down upon her skull. The unholy crown was violently severed from its host. The devastating shockwave shattered the earth beneath them. Her face smashed violently against the jagged concrete. The cursed artifact of glory clattered harmlessly into the dark ruins. The remaining syndicate members watched their queen fall in horror. Absolute despair turned their legs to jelly. They stood paralyzed in the presence of a true god. Jing approached the prize. He claimed the infamous crown of glory from the blood-stained dirt. The omniscient system instantly reacted to the celestial artifact. A ferocious extraction of divine energy commenced. He captured the frozen moment in a digital frame. A silent transmission confirmed to Yu King that the threat was neutralized. His cold gaze swept over Lu's motionless, defeated form. A fleeting thought wondered if the dirt would claim her final breath, but her fate no longer mattered to him. True justice belonged to the broken souls she had tormented. The wicked reign of the cursed crown was finally over. Vengeance would be delivered by the masses she had enslaved. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. The divine energy flow accelerated exponentially. He prepared to decode the system's shifting variables. But an arrogant voice sliced through the midnight silence. A tailored figure stepped from the abyss. The main character pivoted, locking onto the new challenger. The corporate dog barked an absolute command. He ordered Jing to surrender the celestial treasure instantly, deeming the boy unworthy of such majestic power. Yet, the divine assimilation read 71 out of 100. Interrupting this sacred process was not an option. Jing's patience hung on a razor's edge. With freezing calm, he questioned the consequences of defiance. In response, the man erupted with suffocating murderous intent. The air grew heavy as he promised absolute annihilation. The opponent's piercing glare triggered the analytic eye. Glowing blue system panels flooded Jing's vision. Physical evaluation registered between level 1.7 and 1.9. Cellular mutation lingered below 1%. Deep signatures of ancient martial cultivation pulsed within him. No physical augmentations were immediately visible. Tactical combat style remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, the Supreme Danger Index flared menacingly. Warning alerts peaked between 2.1 and 2.5. The suit sized up the teenager before him. He saw a mere peasant from the desolate outer ring, shocking that such trash had broken through level 2. Yet, in his arrogant eyes, the boy remained a pathetic insect. He closed the distance like a prowling panther. He offered one final merciful chance for surrender, but diplomacy was never an option. Jing's foot vanished in a flash of lethal precision, aiming straight for the ultimate biological weakness. The suited man blocked the cowardly strike. He spat curses at this dishonorable, rat-like fighting style. He tightened his supreme defense, expecting a deadly follow-up. Instead, Jing bolted into the night like a shadow. His mocking laughter echoed back, branding his enemy a paranoid freak for anticipating such a dirty move. "Stop running! I will slaughter you!" The murderous roar echoed. Jing sprinted for his life. Was this predator a rival containment agent? The pursuer moved with unnatural horror. Stiff, rigid, like jagged iron bolted into human flesh, the cyborg lunged forward to claim his prey. Steel fingers grazed Jing's shoulder. He twisted. He slipped away. The relentless chase continued. The hunter clicked his tongue in cold fury. Jing knew the deadly truth. Prolonging this dance meant certain doom. Divinity absorption surged to 81 out of 100. Then a devastating impact. A monstrous blow launched him backward. Brick and mortar shattered as he crashed through the wall. He raised his arm just in time. The kinetic shockwave hurled him through multiple barriers. Dust choked the air. Escape was impossible. The Iron Beast would never stop hunting him. A mechanical chime rang in his mind. Divinity extraction complete. The ultimate skill lay dormant. Shadow Flame awaited awakening. Required energy stood at 539 out of 500. All cosmic conditions were met. The system demanded an answer. Activate. Without hesitation, Jing chose absolute power. He pressed yes. The hunter loomed closer, demanding the hidden artifact. Surrender it now. I will only shatter your limbs. Your miserable hound shall live. Suddenly, silence fell. Jing's hand clamped over the man's mouth like a vice. Terror flashed in the cyborg's eyes. You are a recipient. Jing narrowed his gaze. Was this monster speaking of him? There is no one else, the man choked out. Pitch-black fire erupted from the void. An abyssal aura swallowed the corridor. The hunter finally understood his fatal mistake. He faced a true recipient. Shadow Flame Level 1 had awakened. Evolution demanded 39 more divinity out of 100. The power was terrifyingly absolute. Shadows warped into tangible, burning destruction. Yet, the divine avatar remained sealed. It demanded 2,000 divinity and level 10. He held a mere 39. But the dark inferno was enough. Jing analyzed the enemy's sudden panic. The black flames had exposed a hidden identity. The title of recipient carried immense, terrifying weight. The mystery meant nothing right now. Survival was paramount. The cyborg scrambled backward in sheer terror. "Stay away!" he shrieked. Jing unleashed the abyssal fire. Retreat was no longer an option. Jing moved by pure, lethal instinct. He did not fully grasp this dark miracle, but his killing intent flowed freely. The black flames surged forward like ravenous beasts. It acted as an autonomous executioner, a phantom artillery of floating cannons. The cyborg unleashed a torrent of desperate curses. Hellfire rained upon him from all sides. Jing watched with eyes as cold as ice. Wisps of dark fire slithered into the enemy's nostrils. A blood-curdling scream tore through the silence. Agony ruptured from within the man's core. Jing observed the merciless execution without blinking. The hunter burned from the inside out. The gruesome spectacle forced bile up Jing's throat. Then, the system declared victory. The weak have conquered the strong. A reward of 452 fighting experience was granted. The golden runes cascaded before him, plus 633 fighting experience. Fitness surged by 422, then 558. Fitness reached level 6, standing at 28 out of 3,000. The ascension continued. Health preservation evolved to level 4. It rested at 25 out of 1,200. Aiming ascended to level 4. 102 out of 1,200. Fighting mastery claimed level 4. 85 out of 1,200. Sports elevated to level 5. 127 out of 2,000. Jing approached the smoldering corpse. Beneath the charred synthetic flesh lay gleaming metal. The grim truth revealed itself. This was no mere man. An entire skeleton of hyper-durable alloy hid beneath the fake skin. His physical defense was monstrous. The outer shell remained mostly intact despite the inferno. Direct physical combat would have been suicide. Only the internal cremation saved Jing's life. Striking from within was the ultimate equalizer. He glanced at the surrounding rubble. Solid stone had crumbled into dust in mere seconds. The dark fire was terrifyingly adaptive. Its destructive force multiplied against denser targets. Yet, the ruined stone bore no scorch marks. It remained hauntingly freezing to the touch. No carbonization. No residual heat. This was not the fire of the mortal realm. It defied the laws of nature. Suddenly, the abyssal flames cloaking him vanished. The darkness retreated into the void. The cosmic system unveiled the truth. The dark fire was born from surrounding shadows. As the ambient darkness waned, the flames starved. His power was eternally bound to the abyss. The epiphany struck like lightning. He was the lord of the unlit corners. More shadows meant overwhelming annihilation. With a mere thought, he dissolved his dark aura. A faint smirk crossed Jing's face. He controlled this sovereign power on pure instinct. No system prompts guided his hand, though the cooldown mechanics remained a profound mystery. He cast the lingering questions aside. Focus belonged to the present. The charred cyborg posed a massive complication. He needed to brief Yu King immediately. Deep within the southern district's shadows, a sinister figure caressed a massive, pulsating lump of flesh. "Do you know why I summoned you?" he whispered. The master addressed his broken servant, Jing. The servant knelt in absolute submission, one hand severed, his body bound in bloody rags. He trembled violently. "Because I ignored your warnings about causing trouble," he choked out. His defiance had sealed his fate. Suddenly, the air warped. The master vanished like a phantom. In a heartbeat, bone-crushing fingers clamped around Jing's skull. Murderous fury radiated from the master. "You knew my orders, yet you disobeyed." His voice dripped with venom. "Are you so eager to meet death, Jing?" The broken servant screamed for mercy. "Stand up," the Dark Lord commanded. He released his iron grip. "What of the two hounds we unleashed?" Jing kept his head bowed. "Obliterated, my lord." The master's eyes narrowed dangerously. Was this the work of the White Raven? Jing swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat. No, their one was crippled by a mere child. The sheer absurdity of the report enraged the overlord. Jing scrambled to justify his epic failure. "The boy's name is Chu Jing. He possesses no powers. He is completely ordinary." "Insolence!" the master roared. "An ordinary rat defeating our creations? Even flawed, my test subjects are apex predators. No mortal trash could ever taint them." A terrifying decree echoed through the chamber. "Drag that boy to me alive. I will sacrifice his flesh to the great sky lodging insect mother." The master's malice knew no bounds. "His supreme essence shall breed superior monstrosities, and with their endless swarm, I shall conquer this miserable planet." Meanwhile, Jing arrived at the Chingchong Library. A catastrophic mission weighed heavy on his soul. How would Yu King judge this massacre? He banished the anxiety from his mind. Soldiers clash with enemies. Earth repels the surging tides. He would carve his own path. If punishment came, he would conquer future trials to erase his sins. The steel doors parted on the 7th floor. Jing stepped out, entirely unprepared for the sight. Yu King stood before him, bowed in deep reverence. "Forgive me," she pleaded. "I never anticipated such a catastrophic escalation. I abandoned you to the wolves. It was an unforgivable dereliction of my duty." Her sincere contrition shattered Jing's expectations. He stood paralyzed in pure shock. Yu King raised her head, eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "I shall elevate this mission to rank C+. You will receive premium compensation for your suffering. Please, accept my terms." "I accept," Jing replied instantly, yet chaos raged within his mind. This humble surrender defied every scenario he had envisioned. The deadly encounter had brought an unexpected reward. As they walked toward the inner sanctuary, the truth was unveiled. "Your fallen prey was Ju Ying-kun," she revealed, "a class containment specialist, a hunting dog of the rival Shu Containment Company." She had established contact. Their verdict? A rogue operative. They severed all ties to the corporation. Jing's gaze darkened. The lie was overwhelmingly obvious. Ying-kun possessed no use for the villainous crown of glory. The logic completely fractured. Sensing his doubt, she unfurled a tactical map. The paradox haunted her as well. Shu's containment thrived securely within the inner ring. Dispatching a vanguard to the desolate outer ring? Utterly illogical. Their alibi remained completely flawless. Yet, darkness lurked beneath the calm surface. She commanded Jing to stand down. This abyss was far too treacherous to cross. He offered a solemn nod. Then, a sudden realization struck. He surrendered the cursed artifact, the villainous crown of glory. He presented the tactical glasses for return. She refused the gesture. The road ahead remained dangerous. He would desperately need their power again. Her gaze turned deadly. The true nightmare lay within Ying-kun's autopsy. His internal organs? Erased from existence. She locked eyes with Jing. Was this his massacre? The shadow flame harbored catastrophic ruin. Its chaotic nature terrified even him. Silence became his ultimate shield. Some secrets must remain buried forever. Removing the lenses, he offered a chillingly calm smile. His lips remained sealed. A brilliant crimson flooded her cheeks. Her pulse hammered like war drums. She frantically backtracked, accepting his absolute silence. Every soul conceals its own abyss. She respected his shadows. She urged him to don the lenses once more. Instead, he secured them in the darkness. It was merely a tool of power. He shifted his focus to the new object. What was this token? She revealed its true nature, a sacred containment card. This relic forged a path through future crusades. The burden of authority felt instantly lighter. A tidal wave of relief crashed over him. He had finally earned his official rank. Her confirmation sealed his fate. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the very earth trembled. Hidden gates of steel ground open beneath them. He now wielded the authority of the vanguard. The Grand Library's ancient archives awaited his command. Duty still chained her to the present. She commanded him to plunge into the abyss of knowledge alone. He offered a final salute to his commander. One sole objective consumed his mind, the enigmatic cattail ring. He vanished into the labyrinth of aisles. The archives felt like a forgotten dimension. Relics dictated the very order of this realm. His eyes locked onto a chilling title, God 018, the Death Goddess's unreasonable favor. Its mysterious aura beckoned him closer. He slammed his command card against the terminal. A crimson warning flashed. Access utterly denied. He pivoted to the next target. God 069, Cinderella Boy. A lower rank should yield to his authority, yet the system proved ruthless. Denied once again. He launched assault after assault on the terminal. The ancient system rejected him entirely. He stalked the area until his bones ached. Victory slipped through his fingers. Her promise of absolute freedom felt hollow. Venomous frustration clawed at his mind. Would the cattail ring remain locked in shadow? He refused to surrender to despair. Then, a beacon in the darkness. God 1391. The cattail ring. He offered a silent plea to the void. The card met the rune. The vault shattered open. A heavy breath escaped his weary lungs. The threat level glared in harsh light. Class B! An absolute mismatch for a Class C soldier like Chu Jing. The invisible chains of hierarchy bound him. Only the outer crust of truth revealed itself. He had assumed it was a trivial curse, a mere spell of feline transformation. Yet this artifact stood among titans, relics capable of vaporizing entire city blocks. He claimed a seat in the silent hall. The descent into madness began. The ancient texts revealed a startling truth. Endure the ring for 1 month, and the flesh bends to your will. A flawless metamorphosis between beast and man. The tactical advantage was absolute, but a sinister entry bled through the pages. A forgotten scholar gazed upon the ring, descending into a roaring frenzy. From his shattered mind, the alien god cult was born. A dangerous curiosity ignited within his soul. He hunted for the cult's forbidden origins. When the divine perished, the world fractured. Hellish borderlands erupted from the planet's core. Mortals plunged into these cursed abysses. In the deepest shadows, they unearthed unholy conduits, relics that whispered to extraterrestrial deities. Consumed by a ravenous thirst for supremacy, legions fell to their knees in dark prayer. The alien god cults rose from the ashes. The chosen vessels of these dark boons? They were branded as recipients. The absolute truth finally pierced the fog. The sinister nature of a recipient laid bare. With a heavy hand, he turned to the next revelation. 200 years passed. The Lion Sage sect reached into the cosmic void. They sought the ancient deity, Bastet. Silence was their only reward, until a fanatic claimed God 1391, shedding his humanity for a feline form. The cosmic gaze finally descended. A divine blessing crashed upon the earth. Yet it abandoned the worshipper entirely. The relic itself devoured the celestial power. The cattail ring mutated into something catastrophic. As the fusion intensified, the host devoured the authority of Bastet. At the climax of this unholy union, the mortal becomes the living goddess. Ice seized his very veins. The Lion Sage sect would unleash Armageddon to claim this prize. The inevitable conclusion struck like a warhammer. Fangna was marked for execution. The gears of destiny violently snapped into place. Her desperate plea to train at the dojo, it was a frantic bid for survival. A gruesome vision flashed behind his eyes. Had he remained weak during those fleeting days, annihilation would have been certain. A double grave waited for them both in the shadows. He viciously tore at the next page. The sinister fusion laws of God 1391. The first phase demanded a brutal toll. An overwhelming avalanche of raw emotional stimulation. To plunge deeper into the abyss, the host must suffer that same emotional crucible again and again. The ink seemed to burn his eyes. Memories of their previous explosive encounter detonated in his mind. He violently cast the phantom memories aside. The sensory details were paralyzingly sharp. A heavy, lethal dread anchored his expression. If she ever wished to reclaim her humanity, they would have to recreate that explosive ordeal. Repeatedly. How could he possibly confess this to her? The sheer absurdity strangled his words. He forced his eyes back to the ancient grimoire. Deeper secrets waited in the margins. God 1391. A perfect artifact devoid of corrupting venom. It offered pure, untainted divine sovereignty. Nothing more, nothing less. The true reaper lurking in the dark was the Lion Sage sect. That realization brought a chilling sweat. Yet, escaping the curse of physical degradation, a solitary ray of hope in the darkness. He hunted frantically for the next chapter. What devastating arts did Bastet wield? How could the iron grip of the ring be shattered? The pages stared back in mocking silence. The absolute truth remained locked away. A Class C vanguard possessed no right to gaze upon the abyss. The insurmountable wall of hierarchy blocked his path. Then, a piercing chime shattered the silence. The financial network demanded his attention. A massive influx of power. 231,511.31 juicy currency. His total treasury erupted. 235,212.25. He assumed it was mere wages, but the truth quickly revealed itself. It was blood money from Yuking, a staggering sum, far beyond his wildest expectations. The days of starving were finally over. No more counting every coin for a meager meal. This wealth bought him something far more precious. Time. Time to forge his body into an unbreakable weapon. A feast of supreme ingredients awaited Fang Na. He would personally cook this grand tribute, and when the stars aligned, he would reveal the heavy price. The absolute condition required to reclaim her humanity. 5 days passed in a flash. A banquet of rare delicacies conquered the table. Fang Na devoured the feast like a ravenous beast, experiencing absolute culinary bliss. Suspicion flickered in her eyes. She questioned this sudden display of ultimate luxury. Had a hidden fortune fallen into his lap? His answer was a cryptic whisper. He was once a king of wealth. Her confusion only deepened into a dark abyss. He unveiled his dark secret. For days, he had been forging his body, mastering a forbidden art from his mentor. The tremor armor technique. The martial skill itself posed no threat. The true terror lay in the cultivation. It was a path paved with burning agony. Supreme elixirs had to be consumed mid-battle. Every brutal session demanded a blood-boiling medicinal bath to survive. A single cycle burned through 40,000. His vault had been decimated. Merely 811.03 remained. He had endured 5 grueling cycles of this hellish refinement. 200,000 annihilated in the blink of an eye. A shocking reality. Her mind raced through the calculations. Over 30,000 should still remain. Her voice turned sharp. Where did the rest of the treasure vanish? His finger slowly aimed at the majestic feast before them. A heavy silence fell. A faint blush of shame crossed her face. She acknowledged his honorable devotion, but her tone shifted into a severe warning. Squander this wealth, and ruin will follow. Elixirs alone would not guarantee survival. The battlefield demands absolute lethality. Divine weapons must be forged. Hidden blades must be acquired for the shadows. The future promised only war and endless expenses. Furthermore, the elite underworld required a disguise. Majestic armor cloaked as high society attire. A single suit commanded over 100,000. Absolute madness. The cost of entering the dragon's den was terrifying. 1 royal feast a month was her absolute limit. The illusion of endless wealth shattered. The path of a supreme warrior was a bottomless abyss. Power consumed gold like a raging inferno. The next bounty was light years away. Yuking remained silent in the shadows. No missions, no blood, no gold. If he failed to hunt down a new source of wealth, he would be left devouring dust and freezing winds once more. He refused to starve. The hunt for a mercenary contract began. He sent an encrypted signal to Fu Guang, seeking any desperate faction in need of overwhelming force. His war chest was dangerously empty. He offered his absolute strength. An elite vanguard, a silent shadow, or a brute enforcer. Any bloody task would do. Fu Guang's reply echoed with sinister amusement. You have summoned the perfect demon for this job. A trial by combat was set, tomorrow afternoon, at the legendary Hidden Dragon Dojo. Only strength would prove his worth. He lowered his communication device. Fang Na was still ruthlessly annihilating the feast. A battlefield of empty plates lay in her wake. A roar escaped his lips to save his share. Dawn broke. The next day, the main character meditated at the Hidden Dragon Dojo. immersed in absolute focus. A supreme breakthrough occurred. The legendary soft force awakened within his core. Fu Guang observed from the deep shadows. A heavy nod of absolute respect followed. Merely 5 days had passed. Yet Jing had forged the tremor armor technique into a terrifying weapon. Such monstrous progression defied the heavens. Boundless potential radiated from his very being. A challenger approached, demanding a display of his destructive might. The testing grounds hungered for a true display of power. Jing remained completely silent, but Fu Guang's voice sliced through the tension. He accepted the challenge on his behalf. The die was cast. A sinister whisper reached Jing's ear. Unleash your newly forged power. Shatter their pathetic reality. Let these weaklings witness a true monster. Jing's eyes turned cold. He slowly stepped into the arena. Warang stepped forward, a man wielding a punch force of 1.3 kilograms. Mockery dripped from his words. He warned the newcomer not to break himself. Raw power was clearly beyond this novice. Yi Yingyu joined the verbal assault. His own strength recorded at 212.2 kilograms. A cruel smirk twisted his face. Cry to yourself when your bones shatter to dust. Do not blame us for your absolute ruin. But Ningmang stepped between them. A fierce warrior boasting 232 kilograms of pure devastation. Her voice cracked like a violent whip. Silence your pathetic arrogance. She declared the new disciple a hidden dragon. Jing ignored the mortal chatter. He advanced toward the colossal heavy bag. A strike was launched. Silent, devoid of any murderous aura or explosive kinetic energy. A pathetic, feather-light tap. Ningmang's heart plummeted into an abyss of worry. No aura, no momentum. Warang bit his lip, struggling to contain his overwhelming scorn and explosive laughter. A dead silence suffocated the hall. The illusion of absolute weakness was cast. Torrents of mockery rained down upon him. A coward, holding back out of pure shivering terror, afraid to reveal his pathetic limits. But the ridicule was instantly silenced. A catastrophic shockwave erupted. The indestructible heavy bag detonated into absolute oblivion. The ancient scale shrieked in mechanical agony, flashing a terrifying number. 9,999. The entire dojo turned to stone. Absolute suffocating dread filled the air. Debris rained down like ash from a fallen meteor. Amidst the destruction, Jing stood like a god. His voice was ice. That is the absolute power of soft force. Brute force belongs to brainless beasts. He revealed the dark secret of his martial path, a supreme mastery of Jin aura, compressing an ocean of violent energy into a microscopic singularity, injecting it deep into the enemy's core, and detonating their existence from the inside out. Seek this truth, if your minds can bear the weight. Ningmang fell to her knees in her heart, her eyes burned with absolute reverence. A grandmaster had descended among them. She bowed deeply, thanking him for this divine revelation. Yet, Yi Yingyu scoffed, his bruised ego bleeding toxic resentment. Jing's gaze snapped toward the arrogant fool. An aura of absolute command radiated from his being. Go to the armory. Replace the ruins you stand upon. Crushed by overwhelming presence, the fool submitted. He scurried away like a defeated dog. Ningmang let out a triumphant laugh. Fu Guang emerged from the shadows once more. His demonic smile widened. With this monstrous strength, all earthly fears vanish. An underworld emperor demands an unbreakable shield. The mission reeks of blood and deception, a labyrinth of lethal complications. Do you dare step into this deadly game? Jing snatched the classified dossier. His eyes scanned the grim details. A photograph of the bloody battlefield. The target coordinates were set. East District, Jin High Street. Number 617. Regu Hotel. The bounty was staggering. 800,000 wen. A golden inferno ignited within Jing's eyes. The hunt was officially on. He sealed the blood pact with Fu Guang instantly. Regu Hotel would be his new hunting ground. A sleek black beast of a vehicle arrived. Jing emerged like a god of death. Clad in midnight black traditional battle robes, he stepped into the golden arena of the grand lobby. Instantly, 1,000 eyes locked onto his overwhelming presence. Whispers slithered through the elite crowd like venomous snakes. An unknown variable had breached their sanctuary. His aura screamed of ancient martial prowess. He bore none of the fragile arrogance of a pampered noble heir. This was a predator among sheep. The elite made their desperate calculations. An apex guardian hired from the deep underworld? Yet his face held the cruel beauty of youth. It made absolutely no sense. Fear masked itself as aristocratic curiosity. The pathetic whispers failed to escape his enhanced senses. A faint smirk graced his lips. His senior sisters had spoken absolute truth. Armor dictates the battlefield's respect. A flashback shattered his thoughts. Shaney's fierce glare as he reached for a pathetic hoodie. He had defended the mere mortal rags. Comfort was essential for a lethal strike, but her voice had cut through his ignorance like a divine blade. A king must wear his crown. Your aura is defined by your armor. Walk like a peasant, and the wolves will bite. The elite underworld forgives no weakness. But she had already forged a countermeasure. From the shadows, she summoned a masterpiece, a blood-red suit forged by a legendary artisan. He instantly rejected the blinding crimson. He was walking into a war zone, not a lover's rendezvous. His blood boiled at the ridiculous notion. But before the argument could erupt, a chilling presence materialized behind him. A hand fell upon his shoulder. Qing Xiao emerged from the void. Wielding garments woven from pure midnight, Shan Ying erupted into a blazing fury, accusing her rival of treacherous cunning. A chaotic war between senior sisters had begun, and he was the ultimate prize. Jing watched in silence. Senior sister Meng possessed a terrifying mastery. Her power remained absolute. Nearby, whispers broke the tension. Several women stared at his striking features. One dared to ask for his contact. A warrior wearing a crimson beanie narrowed his eyes. Was this the high disciple of the Hidden Dragon Dojo? Beside him stood a man in a pristine white suit. He scoffed. The boy was a complete stranger. The crimson-clad man crossed his arms. The legendary dojo must have taken a new apprentice. The man in white shook his head. Dragon King Li Qi made an unbreakable oath. He would take only 7 disciples in his lifetime. The 7th had to be an absolute monster, a supreme prodigy born with perfect root bone. Without peerless talent, the seat would remain empty. His cold gaze fell upon Jing. He dismissed him instantly. This kid looked like a fragile nobleman, not a warrior forged in blood. What power could such a frail frame hold? It was impossible for him to be the chosen heir. But the crimson-clad man noticed the truth. He pointed a trembling finger. The boy's foundation was immovable as a mountain. Each footstep covered the exact same distance, a flawless, terrifying rhythm. His torso remained perfectly still. Such godlike body control defied logic. His mastery over physical force had reached a monstrous realm. The man in white remained unimpressed. Perfect technique meant nothing against overwhelming numbers. Even if 1 ounce of force delivered 10 times the devastation, facing 100 enemies would still end in a brutal death. Annoyance flashed across the crimson-clad man's face. He clicked his tongue in disgust. Arguing with a brainless brute was a waste of breath. The heavy atmosphere suddenly broke. A receptionist approached with hesitant steps. She bowed with deep respect. She asked if he was the martial master hired to guard the grounds. The manager stepped forward to introduce himself. He bowed deeply to the young master. The mission details were laid out clearly. 6 elite warriors had been summoned tonight. Each was granted absolute dominion over a specific zone. Jing was ordered to hold the stag sector. The shadows there were deep and treacherous. One wrong move could mean death. Absolute vigilance was his only option. Jing grasped the tactical map. A supreme confidence radiated from his stance. With this many elites gathered, only a fool would strike. But a dark shadow crossed the manager's face. He shook his head grimly. Tonight carried an ill omen. Amassing overwhelming force was merely a deterrent, a desperate bid to stop a slaughter before it began. With a heavy sigh, the manager turned away. The looming crisis demanded his full attention. Jing's mind raced with chilling clarity. Expanding a normal security detail meant nothing. But summoning 6 true martial masters? A bloodbath was brewing in the shadows, and the anomalies did not end there. An army of private muscle swarmed the perimeter. Jing's sharp eyes scanned their heavy gear. These were no ordinary street thugs. They were cold-blooded, hardened professionals. The camera network was dangerously excessive, far beyond the needs of a luxury establishment. Such suffocating paranoia meant only one thing. A monumental threat was circling its prey. A spark of deadly curiosity ignited in his chest. What massive treasure or dark secret required such a fortress? Heavy footsteps broke his concentration. The man in the pristine white suit stepped into his path. He demanded to know if Jing was the Hidden Dragon's newest heir. Jing's voice was sharp as a drawn blade. He demanded the stranger's name. The man bowed with a predatory grin. He was Li Xiaoen of the legendary Tiger Soul Dojo. He claimed his intentions were purely peaceful. They were comrades on this perilous battlefield, he purred. Testing each other's combat prowess was merely a precaution. Jing's eyes remained dead and cold. He challenged the man to reveal his method. Xiaoan proposed a clash of hands, an ancient tradition to measure a warrior's soul. The truth hit Jing like a lightning strike. This arrogant fool looked down on his youth. He saw Jing as a weak link to be tested. But a savage thrill awakened within Jing. This was the perfect chance to measure his own terrifying growth. He would show them true despair. Suddenly, a familiar figure froze in terror nearby. It was Yu Gong. Disbelief twisted Yu Gong's face as he choked on his words. What was this absolute monster doing here? A glamorous woman leaned in closer. Did the young master know this breathtaking warrior? Another voice echoed from the hall. They placed their bets entirely on Jing. The crowd gasped in recognition. The legendary Piao had arrived. The woman grabbed Yu Gong's sleeve in a panic. She whispered tales of Xiaoan's brutal savagery. The Tiger Soul warrior was a true beast. During their last violent encounter, he had shattered Yu Gong's pride. A simple clash of hands had ended in a blood-curdling scream. Xiaoan had crushed his bones without mercy. The humiliation had stained Yu Gong's name forever. Another onlooker pointed a trembling finger. The handsome youth wasn't exerting any aura. She declared Xiaoan the absolute victor. But Jing's voice cut through the air like absolute zero. He hadn't surrendered the initiative. The truth was far more terrifying. Mortal eyes simply could not perceive his divine speed. A sudden chill washed over the arrogant crowd. They finally sensed the suffocating danger. His slender frame was a perfect illusion. Beneath the skin lay muscles forged in the fires of hell. His mortal vessel was indestructible, divine steel. His surging aura flowed with godlike purity. It was a monstrous power that crushed all comparison. The arrogant Xiaoan barked an order at Yu Gong. Wait until this pathetic spar was finished. He demanded a formal introduction to the silent crowd. Yu Gong nodded frantically, drenched in cold sweat. A tempest of dread raged inside Yu Gong's soul. How had this boy ascended to such a godly realm? It defied the very laws of heaven. But Xiaoan's senses were fatally flawed. He detected zero spiritual energy radiating from his target. A wicked smirk twisted his arrogant face. This absence of power was proof of absolute weakness. The boy was nothing but a fragile amateur. He mocked Jing, ordering him to crawl back to his bed. Jing remained unmoved by the provocation. Xiaoan's internal energy was undeniably brutal. Decades of agonizing blood-sweat training flowed in his veins. But before an absolute sovereign, it was mere child's play. His power was pathetically insignificant. The sovereign stood perfectly still. A chilling smile graced his lips. Suddenly, every alarm in Xiaoan's brain screamed in sheer terror. An apocalyptic aura erupted from the boy's fingertips. The crushing gravity of a titan descended upon him. Absolute despair devoured Xiaoan's sanity. His overwhelming confidence shattered into dust. He was drowning in an ocean of invisible force. He thrashed like a dying beast in a trap. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bone echoed violently. Jing blinked in mild surprise. He hadn't meant to break the toy so easily. Xiaoan pulled his mangled, lifeless hand back into the shadows. The sovereign casually asked if he had gone too far. A hollow, trembling laugh escaped Xiaoan's lips. He forced his spine straight through sheer, agonizing willpower. He lied through his teeth, claiming no injury. He praised the boy's monstrous power aloud, acknowledging him as the true demon of the Hidden Dragon Dojo. His voice carried the heavy weight of absolute defeat. Sweating profusely, he begged his leave for the restroom. He vanished down the corridor with frantic steps. Behind the locked stall door, his tough facade shattered. Tears of purest agony streamed down his face. Torment ripped through every nerve in his ruined arm. He collapsed into the cold corner of the room, cradling his shattered bones. His mind spiraled into madness. What primordial beast had he just dared to provoke? Back in the hall, a slight frown creased Jing's forehead. Could a martial artist truly shrug off such devastation? The crisp sound of snapping bones was unmistakable. A sudden shout shattered his train of thought. Slowly, the sovereign turned his gaze. The sight before him was baffling. Yu Gong was waving his arms like an excited child near the grand stage. The pieces finally clicked into perfect alignment. This buffoon truly possessed the terrifying backing of a noble house. Until now, Jing assumed his arrogance was built on empty lies. Yu Gong let out a self-deprecating chuckle. He waved off the majestic title with a bitter smile. The truth of his bloodline was far darker. He was merely the bastard son of a hidden mistress. Without his supreme elder brother's divine protection, he would be dust. His luxurious life hung by a single, fragile thread. Jing's eyes narrowed with razor-sharp intent. He demanded the true purpose of this sudden approach. A brief flicker of hesitation crossed Yugong's eyes. Then the absolute truth spilled from his trembling lips. The terrifying clash of hands had been witnessed. Now, the supreme heir of his house demanded an audience. His brother was an anomaly among mortals, a supreme genius who conquered the inner ring university trials. A regal figure stood overlooking the grand stage. Jing locked eyes with the towering presence. Was this the so-called god of their bloodline? Yugong nodded with furious enthusiasm. But the dark heir was not his only spectator. Elite noblewomen and powerful madams hungered for his presence. They craved a taste of this mysterious sovereign's power. The stage was set, waiting for the master's command. Jing released a heavy breath. Duty still chained him to his post. A later shift demanded his presence. Yet, he welcomed the chance for future alliances. His gaze sharpened with quiet authority. "Seek me out on your own," he commanded. "True desires demand a battle. Never wait for fate to deliver victories to your door." He turned his back and vanished into the shadows of his patrol. Yugang stood utterly mesmerized. A profound respect washed over him. Jing possessed the aura of an absolute monarch. His words sparked a blazing fire. The women braced their resolve. Destiny favored the bold. To claim their prize, they had to seize it with their own hands. A golden-haired woman advanced. She boldly demanded a way to reach him. A swarm of followers closed the distance. In that blind spot of fame, a shadowed courier slipped past. Jing's instincts flared a second too late. The intruder had already crossed the threshold. A fierce scowl twisted his features. No authorized deliveries had been cleared for this sector. He opened his mouth to shout a warning, but a desperate grip anchored his arm. The golden-haired woman demanded his attention. A seductive smirk played on her lips. She promised a wealth of forbidden knowledge. Suffocation closed in. Trapped by the encroaching horde, he surrendered his details. In that exact fleeting second, the phantom courier triggered a lethal mechanism. A sinister crimson glow pulsed. Jing's device corrupted into static. A chilling realization pierced his soul. The anomaly extended far beyond a mere malfunction. Absolute darkness swallowed the hall. A foolish hope dismissed it as a simple blackout. Then, raw terror ignited. Even their handheld beacons remained utterly dead. Power reserves vanished into nothingness. Whispers of dread echoed through the pitch-black void. A sea of dead screens offered no salvation. Desperate voices theorized a mass power failure. Yet Jing knew the devastating truth. His own energy reserves had been absolute. Dozens of souls stood trapped in the abyss. Not a single spark of light pierced the gloom. A total blackout had descended. All illumination had been severed at the exact same moment. A synchronized plunge into total despair. Jing's tactical mind raced. The electrical grid had been utterly annihilated. Only an electromagnetic pulse could forge such devastation. A highly advanced weapon had wiped their technology clean. A grim question haunted him. Why unleash such overwhelming force? To claim a single life, this devastation was an absolute overkill. A darker plot lurked in the shadows. Glass exploded like a storm of daggers. The golden-haired woman shrieked in mortal terror. She anchored herself to Jing. The deafening roar of destruction ravaged the grand hall. Blind fools prayed for a mundane cause. They blamed the howling wind. They blamed clumsy footsteps in the void. Yet their screens remained eternally black. Frantic cries pierced the dark. A man hunted for his vanished comrade. His friend had been right beside him a moment ago. Suddenly, a solitary flame flickered from Yang's hand. Xiao tasted the stench of death. He roared a command for absolute stillness. "Form a defensive circle," he bellowed. The terrified herd obeyed without hesitation. A sinister shadow slithered. In the blink of a distracted eye, the predator struck. The realization crashed down like an anvil. President Jiang had been swallowed by the abyss. Only a fresh crimson trail remained. The fragile defense shattered into dust. Pure hysteria took control. The survivors scattered like fleeing prey. Xiao stood unyielding against the chaos. "Blind flight equals certain death," he roared. A violent gust ripped past his face. Searing pain erupted as warm blood cascaded down his cheek. He stared into a chilling void. The enemy remained invisible. Lethal intent locked onto his soul. He launched a brutal preemptive strike into the dark. Flesh met steel-like resistance. The unseen horror was repelled. Yet the counterattack caught him vulnerable. Yu Gang violently tackled him from death's path. A tragic proxy absorbed the fatal blow. Half a human form vanished instantly. A fountain of gore erupted from the severed remains. The executioner revealed itself. A colossal, demonic insect towered above them. Ice froze the veins of Xiao and Yu Gang. Desperate screams urged retreat, but the jaws of hell had snapped shut. Every escape route had vanished. Then, a savior descended. Jing smashed into the beast with godlike fury. "What in the heavens is this abomination?" he growled. The titanic insect cratered into the floor. Toxic green ichor violently erupted from its maw. It was the very same nightmare. The cursed roach mutant had returned. A cold smirk touched Jing's lips. His brutal training had forged an absolute weapon. The agonizing hours had paid off in blood. Otherwise, he could never have swatted this titan like a mere fly. Absolute awe paralyzed the onlookers. A casual strike had obliterated the monster's momentum. Frantic eyes searched for the martial guardians. But the coward mercenaries had already fled into the night. Their supposed protectors had abandoned them to the slaughter. Yuang gasped prayers of profound gratitude for his brother's salvation, but Jing's aura remained lethally tense. "Keep your distance," he commanded with absolute authority. The demon still drew breath. With an explosive screech, it launched itself at him. Jing felt a suffocating pressure. Its life force burned hotter than before. Had the nightmare ascended to a higher evolution? He needed to measure its newfound strength. Survival trumped a foolish death. A meager paycheck wasn't worth his soul. He channeled his power and dropped a devastating elbow onto its spine. The abomination was blasted through the shadows. A sinister, dark inferno sparked within Jing's pupils. The beast no longer owned the night. He had claimed the darkness as his own domain. The pitch-black void shattered into perfect clarity. The mystical shadow flame, dark vision awakened. An absolute mastery over the lightless realm coursed through him. The system interface had hidden this truth, a vital secret kept from his arsenal. Now he danced through the pitch-black battleground. His movements were flawless and unhindered. Quan's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. Jing was battling the apex predator to a bloody stalemate. But Xiao offered a grim, knowing shake of his head. The untrained eye saw desperate evasion. But a warrior's gaze revealed the brutal reality. Jing's boots were nailed to the earth. Xiaoan gasped at the revelation. Jing was acting as their unbreakable human shield. "We must retreat immediately," Xiaoan commanded. Their presence was a lethal liability, a distraction that could cost their savior his life. The survivors nodded in desperate agreement. Outside lay the promise of reinforcements. Jing watched the heavy doors seal behind them. A chilling smile stretched across his face. The chains were finally off. He could unleash pure devastation. His gaze locked onto the nightmare. "You had your fun," he whispered. "Now, face my wrath." The demon's massive wings erupted in a terrifying roar. It bulleted forward. Jing braced against the shocking surge. The beast had concealed its true velocity. Its movements became a violent blur. But the predator faltered. Jing completely dissolved into the shadows. A venomous black fog spewed from the creature. Shock paralyzed Jing's senses. The world twisted into an incomprehensible nightmare. A spectral lantern flickered alive. The ghosts of his past began to mercilessly replay. A dreadful thought pierced his mind. Had a pathetic insect truly claimed his soul? Disbelief rejected the very notion. He refused such a miserable end. Rivers of gold spent mastering the blade. Countless agonizing hours of martial ascension. Defeat to this vermin was utterly impossible. Reality warped around him. He plunged into an abyss, violently crashing onto stone. He forced his heavy head to turn. The majestic visage of a legendary dragon greeted him. Simultaneously, the beast delivered a lethal strike to his core. Yet, the monster was completely frozen in time. A terrifying energy condensed. It gathered violently right before his chest. Jing's eyes snapped open, and they had completely transformed. His pupils blazed like hellfire. Thick streams of black and crimson smoke bled heavily into the air. It was time to strike back. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the hidden dragon style. Cloud Ceiling Tail. The impact was absolute devastation. The abomination's upper half vaporized instantly. Only a mangled lower torso remained. A chaotic rain of dark blood drenched the room. In that explosive moment, profound enlightenment washed over him. But the nightmare was far from over. A chilling realization struck his mind. The beast still lived. Jing remained entirely unfazed. This was a mutated horror, but underneath that monstrous exterior, it remained a mere cockroach. Even decapitated, such vile vermin could survive for over a week. He recalled their true fatal flaw, the massive nerve center hidden deep beneath the throat. His hand plunged into the gory remains. He ripped out the pulsating ganglion. Its grotesque size defied all logic. Bile rose sharply in his throat. The air hung heavy with paralyzing terror. Yugang trembled as he whispered, "Was the nightmare finally over?" The twisted carcass lay completely motionless. A voice shattered the silence. Jing had slain the beast. Absolute chaos erupted among the elite survivors. A wealthy spectator demanded his dojo's name. He screamed an offer of 1 million. He wanted to buy his absolute loyalty. Another voice instantly doubled the bounty to 2 million. They begged Yu Gong for an immediate introduction. The man wearing the crimson beanie smirked from the shadows. He mocked the trembling Xiaoan, praising his foolish courage for provoking such an unstoppable titan. Xiaoan flushed crimson with profound humiliation. He begged the man to stay silent. But beneath his burning shame, an overwhelming wave of relief crashed through his soul. Their previous clash felt like a lifetime ago. The young god hadn't even unleashed 1% of his true power. Fate had smiled upon Xiaoan. Jing had mercifully spared his life. Jing cut through the pointless chatter, his voice echoed with cold authority. He ordered them to flee immediately. A dark premonition gnawed at his instincts. This slaughter was only the beginning. Yugang finally noticed the blood pooling on Jing's chest. Horror paralyzed his face. A stern man stepped forward from the trembling crowd. He demanded the meaning behind Jing's grim warning. Jing's piercing gaze locked onto him. He demanded the stranger's identity. The man stood tall. He declared himself as Ya-Qing Lin, the grand host of tonight's doomed banquet. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Was Jing suggesting this catastrophe was orchestrated? Jing gave a single heavy nod. His sharp senses missed absolutely nothing. This was no ordinary power failure. A man-made electromagnetic pulse had violently plunged them into darkness. The monstrous beat was merely a weapon, released with one singular, terrifying purpose: to slaughter every living soul in this room. Cheng's face twisted in pure fury. He realized the chilling truth. This was a highly calculated assassination. Blazing wrath consumed his mind. He swore upon his honor, his mighty father would tear the city apart to uncover the truth. But a storm of suspicion brewed within Jing's mind. The hosts had planted countless hidden cameras. They had summoned a small army of elite martial artists. They had completely anticipated a massacre. Yet they lured the victims here anyway. The true rot stemmed from the organizers themselves. Jing analyzed the terrified survivors. These were individuals of immense wealth and profound influence. A chilling question echoed in his mind. Who possessed the absolute audacity to wipe out such power? He stared at Chunglin's shifting eyes. The man was harboring dark, deadly secrets. Jing's commanding voice silenced the room once more. The beast lay dead, but the shadow of death still loomed. He commanded an immediate, orderly retreat. Trembling staff members led the descent. Desperate whispers urged caution over panic. Flickering lighter flames cut through the suffocating darkness, a fragile path toward salvation. Through the tense march, Chunglin slinked dangerously close. He whispered venomous inquiries about the monster's origins. Jing's expression remained entirely unreadable. He played the role of a simple, ignorant guard. He promised to protect their fleeting lives, but claimed absolute ignorance of the deeper shadows. A silent realization dawned upon Jing. He was being probed. This treacherous abyss ran far deeper than he ever imagined. Safe within the lavish hotel lobby, Jing rested in eerie silence. He summoned his ethereal status panel. Around him, frantic nobles begged their mighty families for salvation. Panic consumed their fragile minds. They cursed the blood-stained walls of this infernal hotel, vowing to never return. The divine system chimed in his mind. He had danced upon the razor edge of death. His latent potential had violently awakened, earning him plus 1,027 fitness experience. A triumphant smirk graced his thoughts. The spoils of war were magnificent. A golden cascade of notifications flooded his vision. Plus 829 health preservation, plus 538 running, plus 55 charm, and plus 518 aiming. The boundless rewards continued to rain down. Plus 1,539 fighting experience, plus 1,347 sports, and plus 121 visualization. The power of his mind had conquered reality. He had manifested a majestic true dragon soaring through an endless sea of clouds. His fitness violently broke through to level 7, 135 over 4,500. Health preservation ascended to level 5, 298 over 2000. Running shattered its limits to reach level 6, 359 over 3000. Fighting dominance climbed to level 6, 324 over 3000. Visualization evolved to level 4, 748 over 1200. Profound satisfaction filled his heart. 4-digit surges of power were exceedingly rare. The sacred specialization conditions had finally been met. He glanced down at the vicious gash across his chest. Flesh and muscle knit together right before his eyes. Confusion gave way to profound understanding. Ascension had cleansed his mortal wounds. His vitality was completely restored. The celestial system delivered its final decree. All mortal requirements had been fulfilled. He could now transcend basic force delivery, evolving it into special force delivery. A sudden epiphany struck his mind. This divine evolution was born from his supreme martial understanding, a reward for executing the cloud-sealing tale. He pondered the deep cosmic connection. Was this terrifying new power the true essence of the hidden dragon style? He cast aside all doubt. Special force delivery reeked of overwhelming, absolute power. He mentally commanded his ascension. The system locked in the divine specialization. Force delivery violently broke through to level 6, 280 over 3000. A massive surge of 6,880 experience points instantly converted into hidden dragon force. Now resting proudly at level 4, 1,880 over 4,000. At that exact moment, an otherworldly sensation seized his very soul. The mortal limitations of his flesh vanished entirely. It felt as though celestial oil coated his bones. A majestic, tyrannical force coursed through his veins, a terrifying smoothness he had never comprehended until now. He refused to waste a single drop of this divine blessing. He struck while the invisible iron was blazing hot. Right there in the crowded lobby, he unleashed the tremor armor technique. Emergency medical teams violently breached the doors. Xiao frantically directed them toward the bleeding survivors. He began detailing the absolute slaughter on the 17th floor. The words suddenly died in his throat. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Jing sat completely unbothered in the lobby, cultivating supreme power amidst the chaos. Later that night, within the sacred walls of the Hidden Dragon Dojo, Jing quietly thanked Shanying for tending to his healed chest. Worry etched deep lines into her face. She questioned this absurd tragedy. A simple bodyguard mission had birthed a monstrous nightmare. A heavy sigh escaped her lips. She lamented his terrible misfortune. The Grand Master stepped into the flickering light. His ancient voice resonated with cold truth. The path of a martial artist was a perpetual dance upon a razor's edge. Bloodshed and accidents were their eternal shadow. Knowing his master's boundless wisdom, Jing sought the terrifying truth. He demanded to know the dark origins of that abominable beast. Master Li shook his head. The complete truth eluded him. He only knew one chilling fact. That monstrous entity hailed from the desolate borderlands. Jing pondered the ancient texts. Were these borderlands the catastrophic rifts? The very scars left behind when the reigning deity perished? A dark curiosity consumed his mind. What unspeakable horrors lurked within that abyss? His master offered a stern warning: do not gaze into the abyss. Escaping that encounter with his life was an overwhelming miracle. Yet ultimate danger had bred supreme power. Jing had awakened the lethal strike of his dragon style, the cloud-sealing tail. For a true warrior, the precipice of death remains the ultimate forge. Jing spoke with quiet certainty. He had touched the very soul of the hidden dragon art. The master froze. Pure shock shattered his calm. Forgetting his paralysis, he shot up from his wheelchair and lunged forward. Jing braced himself. The old man frantically mapped his meridians. The discovery was too terrifying. The master gasped, violently staggered back, and collapsed to the floor. His voice trembled with unbelievable dread. Had Jing nurtured a true dragon? The boy stood in sheer bewilderment. Beside him, Shanyang watched this cryptic exchange in total silence. Suddenly, roaring laughter erupted from the fallen master. Pure ecstasy filled his eyes. He revealed the ultimate martial truth. To wield a beast that could shatter the very heavens, one must first forge a fledgling dragon within their mortal flesh. Against all impossible odds, Jing had achieved a miracle. A primal beast now slumbered within his physical shell. Hastily, the two disciples pulled the trembling master to his feet. Jing felt the raging power. His internal energy now flowed like a roaring river. He sought deeper knowledge. What other divine authorities did this beast grant? This was no mere phantom. It was a tangible thread of supreme draconic energy. It possessed a living soul. The master declared that mortal training was over. From now on, Jing must feed the beast within. This was the profound truth of their lineage. The hidden dragon was finally unveiled. Jing now held the sacred key to shattering mortal boundaries. Shanyang demanded answers. The master laid bare the cruel reality. Mortal vessels are fragile. Even after forging perfect skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood, humanity inevitably hits an unbreakable wall. To climb higher, the shell must be utterly destroyed. The ultimate limit must be violently shattered. One must transcend their very existence and achieve divine sublimation. The flesh must be completely reborn. It remains the undeniable foundation. They may wear a human face, but their very core becomes a godlike entity. History revered these supreme beings. The ascetics worshipped them as earthly immortals. The monks feared them as living divinities. A perfect vessel defies time itself. They could rule the earth for at least 150 years. Their supreme power never fades until the final breath. Looking at his master's crippled legs, Jing grasped the devastating truth. The old man dismissed the silent pity. Jing had already conquered the most perilous threshold. The shadow of death had retreated. Now, only an agonizing path of relentless discipline awaited him. Jing bowed with profound respect. Shanyang broke the heavy silence. Whispers of the past claimed their master was once a titan, a legend who had violently breached the mythical dragon gate. Why then did he wither into a frail old man? The master's face darkened with blinding rage. His words dripped with venom. His magnificent dragon was mercilessly butchered. The devastating revelation struck like lightning. The invincible master had been broken. He cast his mind back to a bloody era. His reign of terror in the brutal North District. Armed with apocalyptic power, he was completely blinded by supreme arrogance. He mocked the vastness of heaven and earth. Alongside his brother in arms, he drowned the streets in endless bloodshed. His terrifying rampage forged legions of enemies. The cowards feared his unmatched might. In a horrific twist of fate, they turned their blades toward innocent blood. They hunted down his brother's wife and child. Demonic fury consumed his soul. He became an unstoppable god of vengeance. Armies rose to block his path. He felt zero fear. He slaughtered them all, painting the world in crimson. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, he claimed ultimate invincibility. But the heavens are utterly merciless. A devastating retribution descended from the shadows. A terrifying monolith of power appeared. They violently crushed his legs into dust. They brutally ripped the majestic dragon from his soul. His will shattered. The fallen king was relentlessly tortured by the very worms he once ignored. Only his loyal brother remained in the dark. The bloodhounds were closing in. To shield the innocent, the broken king abandoned his throne. They fled the North District in utter disgrace. Banished to this wasteland, they built a fragile sanctuary. The hidden dragon dojo was born. Jing stared into his master's hollow eyes. Did the flames of vengeance still burn? The old man confessed a suffocating regret. But his nemesis ruled the terrifying North District. They were colossal titans of the underworld, not mere insects to be easily crushed. The master buried his quiet rage. He commanded Jing to forget this bloody tale. It was the ashes of a dead era. But if the boy ever pierced the terrifying inner ring, only then would the drums of war sound again. The darkness of night swallowed the city. Jing marched homeward. A sudden vibration shattered the silence. 80,000 units of wealth. The fortune crashed into his account ending in 366. His reserves spiked immediately. 88,011.03 units. The speed of this transaction caught him completely off guard. A cold smirk touched his lips. The underworld's efficiency was terrifying. He pushed open his door. He called out Fang Na's name. A chilling silence answered him. The emptiness felt wrong. Was she hiding in the shadows? His aura flared. The profound power of visualization ignited. Ghostly echoes of her daily movements flooded his blazing mind. The phantom visions showed pure innocence. Until the reality shifted. He watched her spectral form slip out the window. Jing's gaze snapped violently toward the open frame. Deep in the darkness, shadows shifted. Two menacing predators cornered a desperate feline. A cold dread gripped his heart. She was trapped. Fang Na spat venom at her pursuers. Why hunt her after their cowardly retreat? The assassins revealed a terrifying truth. Her sacred artifact had betrayed her, the crown of the infinite dragon. The legendary Anantesha had answered their dark summon. Pure shock violently rocked her core. The betrayal was inconceivable. The predators bowed with mocking reverence. They hailed her as their supreme leader. With her divine potential, she was destined to become the ultimate vessel. Once the ritual was complete, ultimate power would be theirs. The shattered cult would rise from the ashes. The lead assassin suddenly raised a halting hand. His partner froze in his tracks. Fang Na radiated pure defiance. Her eyes suddenly locked onto the shadows. She gasped at the sight of Jing. What was he doing in this war zone? Jing stepped forward, reflecting her desperate question. The bloody puzzle pieces crashed together. These monsters were her cultist brethren. The assassin sneered, a terrifying threat. Did she want the overwhelming wrath of Kant security to annihilate this boy? That cursed name struck like a physical blow. Fang Na's posture stiffened in sheer terror. Jing stood his ground. The deadly secret was out in the open. The serpent hissed poison into her ears. If she remained in the boy's shadow, doom was inevitable. Kant's security would descend upon them. The boy would be completely obliterated. A crushing sorrow drowned her spirit. Jing watched her crumbling resolve. Was she truly ready to surrender to the darkness? Yet, the terrifying shadow of Kant's security could not be ignored. They were absolute titans of this era. When the reigning deity violently perished, reality shattered. The world was plunged into an era of terrifying apocalyptic chaos. The ruling powers had completely crumbled. Order was a mere illusion. Law enforcement fell into the hands of private military corporations. These mercenaries forged their own private armies. Kant's security stood among these rising titans. Yet their ambition was a devouring plague. They expanded into an unstoppable leviathan. Their roots plunged deep into the city's dark underbelly. Now, they answered to absolutely no one. Fang Na's feline disguise had been flawless. She had vanished into the shadows. But the hounds of the dragon sect had caught her scent. The veil of safety was violently torn apart. Danger loomed closer than ever. Let Kant's security come. Jing felt no fear, his gaze locked onto the emissary with lethal intent. Fang Na would never return to them. His decree was absolute. A profound warmth blossomed in Fang Na's chest. The emissary sneered at Jing's sheer audacity. Could a mere boy shield the supreme sect leader? Jing's voice remained cold and steady. The battle had not yet begun. Only blood would reveal the victor. A mocking laugh erupted from the man. Arrogance dripped from his every word. Jing was completely blind to the true nightmare. Kant's security was a force of absolute terror. One nameless strike squad could obliterate him. He was nothing but dust in their path. Fang Na's voice shattered the tense air. She ordered them to cease this madness. They brought this peril to her doorstep. Their presence was the true curse. The title meant absolutely nothing to her. She spat on the legacy of the dragon sect. Supreme leader was a crown she never desired. That foolish dead elder orchestrated this entire tragedy. He shackled her with this doomed destiny. He branded her as the chosen heir against her will. If they hungered for that wretched power, they could claim it themselves. She was done playing their twisted games. Her chest heaved violently, rage burned in her lungs. But her eyes softened as she looked at Jing. If the heavens fell, he would be her shield. She had absolute faith in his strength. She sought confirmation in his steady gaze. A single, unwavering nod was his reply. Together, they turned their backs on the enemy. Disgust crossed the emissary's face. Shadows deepened elsewhere in the city. Deep within the lair of the great sky lodging insect mother, Kaiping's master stared into the abyss. Disbelief laced his chilling voice. Specimen number 1 had been utterly annihilated, slaughtered by a mere 17-year-old student. Not even the prodigy Chungguan possessed such lethal power at 17. Overcoming number 1 should have been physically impossible. A dark curiosity ignited in the master's mind. Had a monster far surpassing Chungguan been born into this world? Kaiping offered a swift counter. The circumstances of the past could not be compared. His legendary senior brother had been a late bloomer. At 17, his martial journey had only just begun. Kaiping harbored a darker theory. The Hidden Dragon Dojo had forged a secret weapon, a hidden blade sharpened in the dark for years, waiting for the perfect moment to bathe the world in shock. The master dismissed the thought with a wave of his hand. It was a meaningless detail in their grand design. Their initial master plan had fractured. Yet blood had still stained the earth. The corpses left behind served a greater purpose. A grim, unmistakable warning etched into the governing council's doorstep. The device sailed through the air into Kaiping's waiting hand. The master shifted his focus to a far deadlier weapon. The evolution of specimen number 9. Kaiping's report sent a shiver down his own spine. It had violently consumed number 7 under the cloak of night. Only 10 days had passed since its hellish birth, yet its monstrous evolution defied all logic. A sinister smile crept across the master's face. Number 9 was a masterpiece of slaughter, the ultimate, flawless instrument of destruction. Every resource would now be funneled into its ravenous maw. The hive would serve a single, terrifying king. All future abominations would be forged in its shadow. The beast was starving for a grand debut. Kaiping was ordered to unleash the nightmare upon the world. The master's eyes gleamed with malicious intent. The heroic boy belonged to the renowned Qing Chang Affiliated High School, a fortress of elite academics and golden futures. Bathing those hallowed halls in blood would send shockwaves across the nation. The ensuing panic would perfectly manipulate the masses, unlocking unwavering public support for their sinister legislative bill. Dread coiled in Kaiping's gut like a venomous serpent, yet his obedience remained absolute. He bowed in submission. Far away, the sun blazed relentlessly. Jing moved with lethal precision, forging his body into an unbreakable weapon. True strength was the only absolute justice in this world. Some twisted fates could never be untangled, but the architects of chaos could be eradicated. He would become the blade that severed the root of all evil. With every strike, he pictured an empire of ash, the total annihilation of Kant Security's forces. A mechanical chime echoed in his consciousness. The system verified his absolute mastery. The tremor armor technique had reached a terrifying new pinnacle. A surge of 331 divine experience points flooded his veins. His physical vessel ascended to higher realms. Activating his mental visualization ignited a devastating chain reaction. The power coursing through him multiplied exponentially. The legendary Shaking Starfire, a forbidden technique etched into history, one of the 5 supreme killing strikes of the Hidden Dragon martial arts. An absolute armor-piercing annihilation strike. It weaponized internal force into a devastating explosion. Flesh and bone would crumble under its apocalyptic weight. Even fortresses of pure iron would be reduced to dust. Jing hungered to perfect this unparalleled power. Fu Guang's voice shattered his absolute focus, a dramatic declaration of sudden, overwhelming wealth. Jing halted his killing strikes. He demanded to know the source of this sudden fortune. The slaughter at the Ruhu Hotel had birthed a miracle. By annihilating that beast, Jing had shielded the elite heirs of the city. Their survival ignited a monumental wave of gratitude. A tsunami of golden donations flooded the Hidden Dragon dojo. The Supreme Master had made an absolute decree. Every single coin belonged to the champion who shed the blood. The final tribute was astronomical. 22 million in cold, hard currency. A predatory glint flashed in Jing's eyes. Visions of mountains of gold danced in his mind. The elite truly understood the ancient laws of tribute. Their survival had been purchased with absolute fortune. But Fu Guang quickly delivered a grave warning. The master had laid down a new law. With a treasury so vast, reckless training was now forbidden. His body required an emperor's refinement. A scroll of imperial cultivation was thrust into his hands, the old master's blueprint for creating a god among men, a daily regimen of legendary elixirs, 1 flawless vitality broth, 1 marrow-refining kidney elixir, 1 life essence awakening brew, 1 divine heart-fortifying draught, 1 soul-anchoring spirit nectar, 4 ethereal vapor supplements, 2 agonizingly potent medicinal baths, and 8 drops of condensed liquid heaven. 28,000 burned away every single day. Jing unleashed a hearty, arrogant laugh. It was a mere drop in the ocean. His newfound 20 million made him invincible to such trivial costs. A pitying smirk crossed Fu Guang's face. He urged Jing to turn the fateful page. A monstrous requirement lay hidden. 1 supreme key-condensing heart pill a week. 800,000 wiped out in a single swallow. The abyss of expenses only grew deeper. A brutal, steam-injected medicinal crucible was mandatory, twice a week of bone-melting agony. A staggering 1,230,000 vanished into thin air. The financial massacre continued without mercy. A forbidden tendon-severing refinement ritual every fortnight. 1,800,000 demanded in blood money, plus a monthly descent into the gravity-crushing stone chamber. 2 million. Completely obliterated. Jing's invincible aura shattered instantly. His hands trembled violently. Fu Guang advised him to mourn his fleeing fortune. His legendary 20 million would be reduced to ash. In the ruthless world of supreme martial arts, he was nothing but a beggar. Fu Guang mercilessly pivoted, thrusting a glowing screen forward. Jing's face dominated the digital ether. The headline of the Qing Chang Morning Herald blazed with his identity. A shadow operative had leaked the brutal footage of his victory. The monster slayer was unmasked to the screaming public. He had been crowned the undisputed hero of Chang. Suddenly, a violent vibration shattered the moment. An ominous, untraceable number flashed on his screen. He accepted the incoming transmission. The sheer fury radiating from the speaker drained the blood from his face. A demonic roar of authority exploded into his ear. His homeroom teacher was unleashing a cataclysmic tirade over his prolonged absence. Accusations rained down like relentless artillery fire. Audacity, truancy, moonlighting in the shadows, playing the role of a fake vigilante savior, all while disrespecting the sacred halls of academia. Jing desperately deployed a tactical excuse of family emergencies. But the furious instructor had already sealed his fate. The grand academic martial tournament was looming on the horizon. His name had been forcibly etched into the brutal arena roster. 100, 200, 400, 800, and 2,000 meters. The mortal burdens of school tracked him down. His master demanded he carry the honor of their class. Then, piercing through the mundane noise, Shanyang signaled him from the shadows. Destiny called. Jing cut the conversation short. He claimed a sudden, dire emergency required his blade. The master issued one final warning. He must not fail to appear when the hour struck. Jing turned his gaze to his sixth senior sister. Had she summoned him? Her eyes gleamed with a heavy promise. A bounty had been forged in his name alone. The reward was staggering. The prospect ignited a fire in his blood. She leaned in closer. The challenger who issued the decree walked the path of the martial arts. Legends of Jing's recent conquests had spread. The shadow client hungered to test his might. The bounty stood at 500,000. A sharp, predatory glint sparked in Jing's eyes. 500,000. Just to trade blows. Dawn broke over the Inner Ring North District. This was the fortress of the elite. The supreme rulers of the government made their nests here. The realm of the northern nobles. A place of disgusting opulence. A single breath here generated more wealth than an outer ring family saw in a lifetime. He once believed the rumors were myths, then his feet touched their sacred ground. 500,000 for a mere dance of fists. The sheer arrogance of such wealth was maddening. The elite moved to a different rhythm. Mountains of gold were but dust to them. The estate before him loomed like a fortress. Its sheer scale could swallow half an academy whole. Then, a shift in the atmosphere. Two familiar figures guarded the colossal gates. Yugong raised a trembling hand. Beside him stood Xiao. What business did these brothers have in this lion's den? Jing's aura flared. Had they dared to forge this bounty? Xiao quickly bowed his head. A dark miscalculation. An unknown sovereign demanded an audience. The brothers were merely the pawns forced to pave the way. Jing's gaze cut into Yugong like a blade. The boy flinched in absolute terror. He swore upon his life. The command came from their patriarch. To defy it meant certain death. Suspicion veiled Jing's voice. Did their father seek death by challenging him? Yugong shook his head violently. No. A shadow far more terrifying had forced their father's hand. Fear and confusion warped the boy's face. The strings of fate were tangled in the dark. Xiao gestured toward the abyss of the estate. The truth would be revealed on the march inside. The phantom hailed from a supreme faction. Which faction? Even the patriarch remained blind to that truth. A single, chilling decree had been handed down. Appease this monster at all costs. Amidst the velvet shadows of last night's grand feast, the phantom specifically hunted for Jing's name. Xiao's voice trembled. Did Jing truly not know what beast he had awakened? Jing remained perfectly still. A tempest of thoughts swirled in his mind. Who possessed the power to orchestrate this grand theater? The Kant's security vanguard was his prime suspect. Xiao's hand hovered over the heavy iron handle. He delivered a desperate, breathless warning. Jing's power was monstrous, yes, but the entity, waiting beyond this door, might shatter everything he knew about strength. The doors groaned open. A titan occupied the room. Mountains of muscle, crowned with heavy dreadlocks. He declared his name, Mandrill. The air itself choked under his suffocating presence. This was no mortal man. Jing offered a chillingly calm greeting. His sharp eyes scanned the beast. Jagged battle scars painted the webbing of his hands. Cratered bullet wounds marred his colossal shoulders. These were not the trophies of a street brawler. These were the brands of a butcher, a veteran of countless slaughters. Mandrill stretched his lips into a grotesque smile. He demanded immediate blood brotherhood. To a beast, the only language of friendship is violence. He erupted from his throne. The sheer kinetic force of his launch pulverized the heavy oak furniture into splinters. Jing's fist tightened into a hammer of iron. Was this a lapdog of the Kant vanguard? It did not matter. If he sought a war, Jing would bury him right here. Boom! Flesh met flesh at the epicenter. A shockwave of pure devastation tore through the room. Yugong crumbled to his knees under the atmospheric pressure. Mandrill anticipated the crunch of shattered bone. Instead, Jing stood immovable as a mountain. Ice dripped from Jing's voice. My turn. Mandrill's eyes widened in absolute horror. Logic fractured in his mind. In that microsecond, Jing unleashed the supreme art. The cloud ceiling tail. He vanished like a phantom, reappearing at the Titan's spine. Two steel elbows drove into bone with apocalyptic force. The Titan became a human missile, crashing deep into the reinforced stone wall. Xiao stopped breathing. Xiao's mind spiraled into chaos. A direct hit from that monster should have turned a man's arm to bloody mist. Yet Jing walked away without a single scratch. His counterattack was the wrath of a god. Yugong stared into the abyss of Jing's true power. How deep did this demon's strength actually go? Jing looked down at the rubble. He coldly categorized the beast as just another pampered elite. Stones crumbled. The Titan rose from his tomb, his massive frame convulsed. A dark, twisted laughter echoed through the dust. He praised the exquisite agony of the blow. Then, he mocked the cold calculation in Jing's eyes. He roared for more, begging for the sweet release of destruction. Jing narrowed his eyes at the pathetic display. Yet, a vile intuition crept up his spine. A deadly inconsistency hung in the air. That exact heavenly strike had previously vaporized that cockroach abomination. Yet this machine remained standing. The sinister resonance matched Ju Ying Kun. Jing's voice sliced through the tension. He demanded to know if the beast was augmented. Genuine shock flashed across the Titan's face. A filthy outer ring dweller possessing forbidden knowledge, he sneered. He revealed the sickening truth. His flesh was fused with a B1 protective membrane, pure military-grade cybernetics. A synthetic armor designed to nullify catastrophic trauma. Its absolute specialty, swallowing the lethal Jin force of arrogant martial artists. The cyborg laughed, waving the temptation of mechanical immortality. Offer 1, install 2. Jing's face remained a mask of pure ice. He rejected the artificial taint. Mandrill spat in utter disgust. The Titan mocked the ancient pride. He had crushed purists like Jing before, fools clutching onto dead traditions. He ignited his thrusters and lunged. He roared for Jing to submit to the new mechanical age. Closing the distance, the beast slammed his palms together. Boom! A devastating sonic rupture tore through the air. Jing's skull throbbed as his eardrums screamed in agony. The cyborg gloated over his deadly upgrades. His synthetic hands were sonic cannons, forged to shatter a man's equilibrium on impact. Evasion was a fatal illusion. The proximity only amplified the lethal frequency. Absolute victory was etched onto Mandrill's grotesque face. He claimed his absolute dominance. Suddenly, reality snapped. Jing pressed a single, unyielding palm against the Titan's steel-plated chest. The beast's momentum died instantly. The cyborg's eyes bulged in pure terror. The mechanical laws of physics had been defied. Before the beast could process the nightmare, Jing vanished. A catastrophic punch bored straight toward the Titan's heart. A blinding halo of golden aura erupted from the epicenter of the strike. The shockwave utterly pulverized the solid earth beneath the cyborg's boots. Synthetic armor was meaningless against true mastery. Jing commanded his Jin force to bypass the shell. The lethal energy flooded the cyborg's internal organs. Agony of 1,000 blades shredded Mandrill from the inside out. Jing stared down at the broken Titan. He whispered a cold truth. Erasing a man's consciousness required no savage brute force, only absolute precision. Suddenly, a metallic voice rasped from the speaker, fused within the cyborg's chest. Vital signs terminated. The disembodied voice analyzed the slaughter with chilling arrogance. It claimed Jing's victory was merely a statistical error. Jing's aura spiked dangerously. The beast was nothing but a biological transmitter for a greater evil. Reveal yourselves! Jing's demand cut through the heavy air. The phantom voice commanded him to hold his ground. The true masters were descending upon his location. Jing's eyes burned with golden fire. Come faster, he snarled. My patience is dead. The mechanical overlord promised a swift arrival. The storm was coming. Xiao charged into the clearing, his face pale with dread. He screamed into the void, terrified of the catastrophic war Jing had just ignited. Yuang voiced his suspicion. A shadow trial orchestrated by some phantom syndicate. Jing scoffed. He dismissed the wild fantasy. yet Yuang stood firm. The atmosphere reeked of a calculated test. A low chuckle broke the tension. Mandrill choked back his amusement from the dirt. Jing narrowed his eyes. He commanded the fallen warrior to rise. A ragged groan escaped Mandrill's lips. The pain was absolute agony. The defeated beast demanded answers. How had his ultimate strike been shattered? Jing offered a cold truth. The sonic wave relied on cerebral disruption, a mere trick of vibration. The counter was simple. Absolute and overwhelming force to crush the wave. Horror dawned in Mandrill's eyes. This monstrous youth was still holding back. Trembling, he ordered the brothers to step away. The facade shattered. Mandrill confessed the truth. He served a majestic and official power. Their true objective? To drag Jing into their ranks. Jing's rejection was swift. His voice cut like a blade. A clandestine shadow faction meant nothing to him. Mandrill's pathetic display only cemented his disgust. A true power walks in the light. They do not hide in shadows. They do not play childish games of blood and testing. Jing despised their cowardly methods. His path would never align with theirs. Yet within his own mind, the truth remained absolute. Even a royal summons would have been discarded. His destiny was already forged. The quiet pursuit of martial supremacy, the sanctuary of his farm, the blood of contained beasts fueling his divine system. It was a flawless existence, a peace almost too perfect to last. Panic gripped the fallen warrior. Mandrill begged him to reconsider. He confessed his own brutal flaws, but the treasures of the organization were boundless. An alliance without sacrifice. The ultimate prize was offered. A legendary protective membrane. A shield beyond the reach of mortal wealth. Submission would grant him this absolute defense. Jing's laughter held only scorn. That precious shield had failed to save its master. Mandrill's eyes darkened with warning. Genius was fragile. The mortal vessel would eventually shatter against the wall of its own limitations. That impenetrable barrier. The inescapable stagnation that drives warriors to madness. Jing acknowledged the abyss. Then he smiled. He would rather use his mortal flesh to annihilate their artificial enhancements. Fury erupted within Mandrill. The stubborn fool was marching blindly toward oblivion. Logic was wasted on this arrogant anomaly. A deafening static tore through the air. A harsh voice ripped from the comms. Mandrill was silenced instantly. His pitiful recruitment tactics were declared an absolute disgrace. Ice filled Mandrill's veins. It was the commander. A single chilling order echoed out. Look to the heavens. A solitary silhouette plummeted from the clouds like a falling meteor. Jing's ocular skill ignited. The target locked instantly. Voidblade had arrived. The earth violently shattered beneath her boots. A shockwave of dust and crushed stone swallowed the battlefield. The dust cleared. Her voice was cold and commanding. She demanded recognition. The absolute sovereign of White Squad 838 stood before him. She gestured to the battered brute. A mere pawn in her elite vanguard. Jing stepped close. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Why this sudden ambush? She had guided him to Yuking first. Her gaze did not waver. The decree had descended from the highest echelons. Recruitment was merely a fraction of the truth. A darker crusade awaited. The slain abomination was brought to light. Did he grasp the true terror of his prey? Jing admitted ignorance. A mere beast of the borderlands. Voidblade nodded grimly. The monstrosity bore the mark of the abyss, a dormant core, that crystalline heart, the pulsating engine of nightmarish vitality, but its location is never absolute. It defies all anatomical law. Hidden within marrow or buried in flesh, a single surviving fragment guarantees infinite resurrection, an immortal cycle of slaughter. A cold sweat traced Jing's spine. His blind strike had shattered its lifeline by pure chance. The heavens had favored him, but a shadow of doubt lingered. If the creature possessed a core, why did she hesitate? What foul secret remained hidden? Azure light bled into the air. A terrifying hologram materialized. The sky-lodging insect mother. A primordial horror dragged from the depths of Borderlands, F-056, the nightmare realm of Carrion Lake. A catastrophic threat level flashed in crimson, 6.2. Jing demanded the truth behind these numbers. What did this apocalyptic scale mean? Voidblade sneered. The Outer Ring dojos were truly raising ignorant lambs. She commanded her subordinate to transmit the battle analytics. Mandrill gritted his teeth at the insult. A metallic chime rang out from his temple. The raw data of combat flowed through the ether. The numbers stabilized before her eyes. Jing's lethal potential was mapped in glowing runes. A staggering assessment. His power fluctuated violently between 2.9 and 3.1. The baseline of humanity stands at 1. Jing's essence possessed the destructive force of 1,280 mortal men, but the insect mother? A god of ruin, equivalent to 65,000 of him combined. The crushing weight of that power settled over Jing, an undeniable harbinger of death. Yet Voidblade's expression darkened further. That was merely an anomaly. Slumbering in the dark, the beast registers a mere 1.8. Its true purpose is not slaughter, it is the genesis of an endless swarm. A ravenous consumer of life. It devours flesh to steal genetic codes, breeding twisted legions in the shadows, forging unholy amalgamations of different species, a factory of pure evolutionary terror. 30 days ago, fools courted death. A syndicate dragged this nightmare from Carrion Lake. The vanguard pursued them into the underbelly of Qingcheng's southern district. Then the trail went dead. The shadows consumed them. The blood on Jing's hands had illuminated the darkness. A beacon in the hunt. The thread of fate had finally been seized. The puzzle pieces snapped together with a sickening crunch. The vermin he eradicated was a spawn of the mother. Voidblade's silence confirmed his dread. A human sacrifice fused with an insect. A blasphemy against nature. Icy dread pierced Jing's soul. The absolute horror of that realization set in. Voidblade watched his eyes widen. The beast had been evolving with every breath. A ceaseless ascension of power. A puppet master lurked in the unseen depths, refining the mother, forging perfect weapons of war. And Jing stood directly in their crosshairs. His interference had marked him for death. The reality of the hunt was absolute. Jing met her gaze without flinching. Was this recruitment a shield? A desperate attempt to guard his life? Her denial was absolute. Pity had no place here. 17 years old, yet wielding monstrous potential. He possessed the rare iron will to stare into the abyss and strike down borderland nightmares. The White Raven Vanguard served the apex authority of Juya. They wielded the ultimate crucible of power, a systemic evolution that would forge him into an invincible god of war. No weaknesses, no limits. A king's ransom wrapped in glorious promises, yet Jing remained utterly unmoved. A celestial system already pulsed within his veins, a divine supremacy they could never comprehend. His answer was a definitive no. A heavy sigh escaped the commander's lips. The pride of a lone wolf was difficult to break, but tacticians always have a secondary gambit. She proposed a new pact, a mercenary standing, a shadow operative tied to the White Ravens. Blood would be exchanged for gold and glory. A transactional dance on the edge of the abyss. Mandrill gasped. Such divine privilege was unheard of. Jing's instincts flared like a warning fire. The terms were suspiciously intoxicating. A trap wrapped in velvet. Jing laid his final card on the table. Did they harbor the ancient power of God Relics? A sinister smile curved on her lips. They possessed the ultimate sanctuary. The God Relic Research Institute, an arsenal of divine treasures waiting in the dark. Merit was the absolute key. Gather enough, and the prize was his. A fierce hunger ignited in his eyes. He sealed the pact without hesitation. He masked his ambition with a grand performance. For 10 years, he worshipped the White Raven Squad. Serving as their shadow asset was his ultimate fantasy. Flesh met flesh. The binding contract was struck. Jing vanished into the carriage, bound for home. In his wake, Mandrill questioned their leader's desperate gamble. Jing seemed like a mere martial prodigy. Rare, yes, but not divine. Voidblade shattered that illusion. A profound darkness lurked within the boy. The ancient myth of the Wu clan had spoken. Her reverence for Jing defied all logic. Mandrill could not fathom the boy's terrifying worth. Wu Yuku King? The fated vessel? Mandrill gasped in disbelief. Yu Qing despised her cursed destiny. She clawed desperately for freedom from her divine chains. Only a deity can slaughter a deity. Those were her chilling words. Beyond the sacred God relics, Jing was her singular obsession. Voidblade sensed a dormant leviathan within him, a mystery wrapped in flesh. His true nature remained hidden, yet they had to chain this beast immediately. A blood-red sun bled across the horizon. Jing journeyed through the dying light. His cold gaze swept over the decaying world beyond the glass. These gilded towers were nothing. The northern realm dwarfed their false glory. A sudden transmission pierced the silence. Yu Qing summoned him to the ancient archives. His compliance was swift. The carriage pivoted toward the Qingqing sanctum. Moments bled away. He ascended to the ominous seventh stratum. Her command was absolute. Sit. He touched the cursed elixir to his lips. Vile poison, he demanded a tribute worthy of his palate. This woman harbored a sickening obsession with that divine vessel. She mocked his disgust. Was the nectar of a god relic not to his liking? Give me the black nectar of mortals instead. Her gaze sharpened. The white ravens had circled him. He sneered. He had rejected their pathetic cage. A wise evasion, she whispered. His curiosity flared. Why? Crows are harbingers of doom. They feast upon the rot of the fallen. Yet the white raven wears a mask of purity, rebirth, mercy, a false beacon of salvation. Their title reeks of naive hope, but the truth is soaked in blood. Their missions are a relentless meat grinder. The toll of souls is utterly catastrophic. 60 long years of slaughter. Only 3 veterans escaped the Reaper. Jing's blood ran cold. The white ravens were a death sentence. Caution was paramount. The miraculous twin-life cheat had limits. Death could only be defied once. He probed deeper. What shadow governed this suicidal vanguard? Their true title was a suffocating dread. The Abnormal Disaster Emergency Management Special Agency, born from the ashes of the new era, forged by Jusia to execute apocalyptic threats. They bowed to no mortal law. They stood above the 5 pillars of power. The world trembled at their whisper, the fabled 6th agency. Should he don the white feathers, he became untouchable. He could bathe Ching Cheng in blood. He could trigger a nuclear holocaust in pure madness. No earthly power could chain him. The realization struck like lightning. The 6th agency wielded the absolute authority of a god. Would the crown not fear this rabid hound? Her smile was ice. Control was absolute. 13 supreme overlords held the leash. Most slumbered within the Azure Court. They were a sovereign nightmare. An empire hidden within the empire. The suffocating breadth of their dominion finally crushed Jing's doubts. Her summons carried a singular purpose, a grim warning against the avian specters. The truth was bared. He was banished from her presence. He craved blood and purpose. Any bounties? None. A glimpse of divine artifacts? Denied again. Was this mundane banter truly it? If his blades rusted from idleness, he could scrub her floors. The insult struck deep. He fled the sanctum as if chased by demons. A sudden mechanical screech shattered the peace. His mentor, douche, a neglected thread of fate. He answered the call. The southern ruins awaited his swift arrival. The master brooded on crumbling stone. His aura was an abyss of despair. A punk-clad shadow knelt. The corrupted flesh vessels had been relocated. The hounds of White Raven were terrifyingly swift. The master gritted his teeth. Their foul stench had betrayed their hidden sanctuary. What of Kaiping? The master demanded. The shadow bowed lower. Following the dark decree, subject number 9 was deployed, unleashed upon Qingla's pawns. The bloody harvest was imminent. Number 9 was merely sacrificial meat, a distraction for the white hounds. The true cargo was the sky-lodging insect mother. Her monstrous form commanded total secrecy. Exposure meant annihilation. The shadow cursed the corporate overlords. Company K had abandoned them to the wolves. They walked this treacherous path alone. A venomous sneer twisted the master's face. The corporate parasites, feasting on their bloody toil while their own hands stayed clean. Failure carried zero risk for those ivory towers. A dark resolve ignited. It was time to mirror their treacherous apathy. The disciple trembled with realization. Upon victory, the corporate masters would sever their heads. The hunting dogs would be butchered. The master's calm was terrifying. A counter-curse was already woven. Should they perish, Company Kant would drown in the same hellfire. Vengeance was assured. Elsewhere, a phantom breached the academy walls. His demonic gaze swept the courtyard. The oblivious youths were merely tender meat, sacrifices for the slaughter. Harvesting these lambs would please the insect mother. The dark merit would be legendary. A chorus of foolish screams shattered his focus. Jing. His predatory eyes tracked their adulation. A boy sprinted across the earth. Was this the fabled Jing? The prey looked pitifully mundane. This fragile child, defeating a monstrous test subject? Impossible. It mattered little. The bloodbath approached. He tightened his grip on his broom, biding his time. A passing lamb noted his hulking, unnatural physique, a fatal curiosity. The arena exploded with frantic adulation. Jing had claimed his mortal victory. His comrade, Gay, offered the champion a meager elixir. He questioned Jing's icy heart toward women. A flat denial followed. Romance was useless. Jing demanded the battle schedule. The trials remained. The 400-meter dash, the grueling 2,000-meter march, the baton exchange, a relentless gauntlet. His name was already carved into the roster of champions. He swore he would not be a burden. Then, the air shifted. A foul scent drifted into Jing's nose, the unmistakable stench of fresh blood. The aim skill flared to life. His vision pierced the walls. A nightmare stood within the school grounds. The roach monstrosity was feasting on human flesh. It slaughtered its way through the campus like a ravenous beast among defenseless prey. Jing barked an absolute order to Jay. "Call the authorities at once. Tell them the roach fiend has breached the school. Run. Flee as far as your legs can carry you. Do not look back." Ruin painted the school entrance. Mangled corpses littered the shattered tile. The monster twitched its foul antennae. It craved fresh meat. A lone girl shivered in the shadows. The abomination crept toward its helpless prey. Cold terror gripped her heart. She braced for a gruesome end. A shadow tore through the corridor. It was Jing. He crashed into the monster with tremendous force. The foul creature went flying. It hit the ground, rolled, and instantly snapped back to its feet. "Escape!" Jing's voice echoed with absolute authority. The weeping girl bowed in gratitude and fled for her life. Jing narrowed his eyes. He needed to bleed this beast dry. Twin life ignited. Twin speed surged through his veins. Supreme power gathered at a single focal point. Strike! The hideous carapace shattered. The shockwave launched the beast through layer after layer of concrete walls. A broken figure stumbled from the ruins, a trembling janitor. He pleaded for salvation. He babbled wildly, his mind consumed by absolute terror. Recognition flashed in Jing's eyes. It was keeping. A twisted puzzle formed in his mind. What was this man doing in this slaughterhouse? He wept about the Golden Wind Dojo. He carried an urgent message for his master, but the shadow of death returned. The roach beast lunged past Jing. Kaiying stood paralyzed by pure dread. Jaws snapped shut. The man was swallowed whole before a single scream escaped, a heartbeat of absolute horror. Cold sweat dripped down Jing's face. Without the grace of twin life, he would already be a corpse. The lethal strike had not been enough. The beast finished its gruesome meal. It slowly turned its terrible gaze back to Jing, mangled flesh knit together. The monster was healing at a terrifying pace. A deafening shriek tore the air. The monstrosity charged with explosive speed. Jing twisted his body by a mere fraction. The creature pivoted like a demon. A bladed tentacle slashed past, drawing blood from Jing's flesh. Dread settled in his stomach. This was no ordinary fiend. The creature from the hotel paled in comparison. This variant was vastly larger, immensely stronger. Vicious spikes jutted from its limbs. The very antennae on its crown were now instruments of death. A chilling realization struck Jing. Its vile genetics had evolved to a higher tier. This was a deadly game of endurance. Jing grabbed a heavy fire extinguisher. He hurled it with bone-crushing force. A single swipe from the monster cleanly severed the steel tank. A massive cloud of white gas erupted. The beast was blinded. Jing seized the fleeting gap. He ripped an iron rebar from the rubble. He drove the jagged steel straight through the fiend's skull. An agonizing hiss echoed through the hall. Vile wings erupted from its back. Shock paralyzed Jing. A lethal brain strike, yet the abomination lived. In a blur of motion, it vanished into the shadows. A predatory gale whipped around him. The monster moved at blinding speed. It waited for the perfect moment to assassinate him. This monstrous insect possessed brutal tactical intelligence. Jing sealed his eyes. The visualization skill awakened. Mortal sight was useless against this phantom. He would cast away his vision entirely. The mind's eye mapped the battlefield. He traced the deadly currents of air. There, a profound resonance shook his soul. The exact enlightenment from mastering the cloud ceiling tail flooded his veins. The hidden dragon style awakened, turning golden scales. An aura of imperial majesty erupted. Yet, the shadow of death still loomed heavy over him. The devastation was too colossal to ignore. The elite White Raven squad would soon descend. Survival was the only victory here. He just had to weather the storm until their arrival. The campus was a graveyard of rubble. High above, Void Blade conquered the skies. Anti-gravity dragon wings gleamed on her back. Less than 5 minutes had passed, yet the school had been utterly erased. Cold logic dictated a grim truth. Jing was staring death in the face. The deafening roar of a helicopter split the heavens. Evade at once! Voidblade transmitted the urgent command. A violent tempest raged below. Mandrill reported the grim reality to the captain. The main academic structure had been completely leveled. Do we still descend into hell? Voidblade engaged her sensory skills. A lone survivor stood within the apocalypse. Her piercing gaze confirmed the identity. It was Jing. Tactical data flooded the team network. Priority 1 is extracting Jing from the abyss. Priority 2 is subduing the vile offspring. The spawn of the sky-lodging insect mother must be taken alive. Mandrill stared in pure disbelief. She drew a relic forged from ancient dragon bone. Such apocalyptic weaponry seemed absolute madness for a standard extermination. Could a mere insect spawn manifest that destructive tempest? She descended into the ruined halls. A silent approach. She rested a calm hand upon Jing's shoulder. Battle-crazed instincts took over. He unleashed a ferocious counterattack. "Stand down, it is me." Her voice shattered his trance. The weight of survival crashed down. Every ounce of his adrenaline instantly vanished. His legs gave out. She caught him before he hit the ash. A potent combat stimulant was injected into his veins. "Do not underestimate it," Jing gasped his dire warning. The abomination possessed overwhelming power. Her eyes locked onto the sinister seals marking his neck. "Rest now." Her voice was as cold as steel. The cavalry had arrived. The full might of the White Raven squad was here. The executioners charged into the fray. Mandrill smirked with genuine respect. The kid had bled to create the perfect opening for them. A lollipop-chewing warrior barked a harsh reprimand. "Shut your mouth and watch the shadows." A lethal strike descended. The beast launched its ambush. Mandrill roared his thanks and dived straight into the jaws of death. Vile black blood sprayed through the air. A devastating wound tore open the beast's flank. The raven-haired assassin stood tall, her blade dripping with gore. "Fool!" Voidblade's reprimand sliced through the chaos. "Execution requires the perfect angle. Open your eyes and witness true mastery." A storm of floating daggers materialized around her. She surged forward like an angel of death. A catastrophic tempest of steel rained down from the heavens. The invincible monster shattered like fragile glass under her supreme might. The monstrosity was violently dismantled. Absolute monsters in human flesh. Jing whispered in sheer awe. Every strike severed a vital joint with terrifying, surgical precision. A mere flick of her wrist triggered total structural collapse. The beast crumbled into pathetic fragments. The truth struck Jing like thunder. This woman existed in a realm of power far beyond his own. Its limbs were gone, yet the foul core twitched with life. "Secure the asset." Voidblade commanded Chu to seal the creature's wounds immediately. Death was a luxury it would not receive. This vile spawn was their compass to the sky-lodging insect mother. The hunt was still on. She coldly ordered Xiao Jing to document the bloodbath. Requisition a deep trace beacon from high command immediately. The captain's orders left no room for error. Mandrill strolled toward Jing's battered frame. He chuckled, asking how the kid got himself so thoroughly wrecked. "Fate smiled upon me today." Jing gasped out the weary truth. Mandrill grinned like a battle-hardened veteran. The captain heard the distress signal. "We mobilized the gunship from the southern district the very second hell broke loose." He added that the captain's focus on Jing bordered on an absolute obsession. Jing cut through the noise. Had the shadows of the southern district yielded any secrets? Mandrill shook his head grimly. They had scoured barely a third of the cursed territory. The darkness remained empty. But Jing held a missing piece of the puzzle. Voidblade's gaze sharpened into daggers. She demanded the truth immediately. Jing revealed his chilling suspicion. A shadow named King had smuggled the roach abomination into their sanctuary. The pawn was Copping, a pathetic street thug with no business inside those sacred walls, yet he had prowled the corridors disguised as a lowly cleaner. A glaring, deadly anomaly. This was no mere coincidence. It was a flawlessly executed trap. Voidblade recognized the catastrophic weight of this intel. She commanded Jing to alert the High Council without a second of delay. She pivoted to leave. Then, a terrifying shift in the air stopped her cold. Pure dread warped her features. She screamed for Jing and Yu to fall back instantly. The slaughtered beast defied the grave. Severed flesh violently knitted back together. Yu froze in soul-crushing terror. The monster struck her with devastating force, while Jing narrowly evaded the lethal blow. The roach monstrosity bolted into the shadows. It moved untouched by the previous carnage. Mandrill mistook it for supreme regeneration. Voidblade corrected him with a voice like ice. It was a terrifying, flawless molt. The abomination sought a path to escape. They could not let that nightmare roam free. Jing demanded her divine blade. She questioned his reckless, suicidal intent. Twin life ignited. Twin speed erupted. Jing hurled the weapon at the fleeing horror. Voidblade stared in absolute paralyzing shock. Mandrill's mind shattered at the impossible display of power. The throw carried catastrophic might. It rivaled the sheer devastation of a depleted uranium armor-piercing shell, driven entirely by mortal flesh and bone. The monstrous roach crashed violently to the earth. Jing nonchalantly brushed off the miracle. He claimed the supreme quality of Voidblade's weapon carried the strike. Her annoyance flared into blazing anger. That single blade was worth over 10 million? Yet, a grim reality settled over Jing. Even with twin life burning through his veins, the monster had nearly bested him. The true, overwhelming value of a divine weapon became painfully clear. His arm bore the brutal, lingering toll. The flesh had turned a sickly, necrotic purple. This ultimate strike demanded a devastating sacrifice. Voidblade ordered an immediate retreat to the Hidden Dragon Dojo. All other mortal concerns were abandoned. Jing offered no resistance. Basic energy circulation could never mend such catastrophic, deep-rooted trauma. He desperately required the profound healing arts of his senior martial siblings. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. Another furious reprimand awaited his return. The transport chopper ascended into the stormy skies. The squad discussed their freshly fallen comrade. The tone was unnervingly, chillingly hollow. Jing asked if the captain would request vital reinforcements from the high command. Voidblade dismissed the thought without hesitation. More spilled blood simply meant higher casualty rates. It would merely tarnish her precious annual evaluation. A cold, ruthless calculation. Jing listened in silent, paralyzing horror. Their profound indifference to human slaughter sickened his soul. He could live 1,000 lifetimes and never accept such monstrous coldness. Suddenly, the archaic system flared to life. A barrage of divine notifications cascaded across his vision. The brutal deathmatch had shattered his mortal limits. Fitness experience surged by an astonishing 1,367 points. He had delivered the ultimate killing strike. He had stood triumphant over the Grim Reaper himself. An intoxicating, godlike rush of power flooded his core. Health preservation skyrocketed by 939. His flawless execution pushed his accuracy to the absolute pinnacle. Aiming experience exploded by 1,211 points. Aiming forcefully breached level 6. He secured 198 of 3,000 required points. Hidden Dragon Force ascended to level 5, reaching 232 out of 5,500 points. Visualization pierced through to level 5, claiming 121 out of 2,000 points. A profound enlightenment struck him. This agonizing crucible of blood and bone was strangely, deeply intoxicating. The chopper tore through the heavy clouds. Jing's newly ascended aiming transformed his mortal sight. From the heavens, the sprawling, chaotic city streets below snapped into razor-sharp focus. His eyes effortlessly surpassed the finest military optics in existence. Merged with the mighty Hidden Dragon Force, striking a target from kilometers away was no longer a foolish myth. It was his new, terrifying reality. Should another abomination rise from the shadows, close combat would be entirely obsolete. He could strike as an invisible phantom. His absolute survival was now a guaranteed certainty. Grim, apocalyptic tidings arrived from the southern front. Advanced investigation instruments confirmed the nightmare. The ambient pollution rate had already breached a catastrophic 10%. Jing stood utterly, helplessly baffled. The apocalyptic term held zero meaning to him. Voidblade stared at him in sheer, unadulterated disbelief. Was he truly this blind to the world's hidden horrors? She harshly mocked the pathetic teachings of the Outer Rings. Then, she offered a grave, terrifying metaphor. She raised her left hand into the air. This represented their fragile, mortal realm. Her right hand became the creeping abyss, the otherworldly dimension of pure chaos. When these two realms merely brushed, dark corruption seeped through. A glancing impact kept the pollution between 1 and 5%. But a true, catastrophic cosmic collision, a full-dimensional overlap, the corruption would violently erupt to a lethal 30%. Reality itself would inevitably shatter. The absolute laws of physics would warp and twist into madness. Nightmarish entities from the abyss would tear a bloody path into their world. Jing questioned if this dark phenomenon birthed the dreaded Borderlands. Voidblade solemnly shook her head. Borderlands only spawned at absolute, inescapable corruption. A world ending 100%. These forsaken zones belonged neither to humanity nor the terrifying abyss. They were realms of pure, unadulterated nightmare. Humanity christened them with a dark, forbidden title: the subworlds. A dimensional tear could rip through the southern city at any given second. She strictly forbade him from wandering into that death trap. Jing heeded the dire warning. He returned to the dojo, only to face Shan Ying's immediate, explosive wrath. She furiously declared him a cursed harbinger of endless worry. Every single return brought fresh, brutal lacerations. Even the stoic Qing Xiao burned with uncharacteristic anger. They aggressively smothered his broken flesh in potent mystical salves. Shan Ying delivered a ruthless, unyielding ultimatum. One more reckless stunt, and he would face the Reaper alone. Jing desperately pleaded his case. He had never sought this carnage. Cruel fate had forced his hand. Her glaring eyes held absolutely zero mercy. She struck him with a sharp, punishing blow. He frantically begged for a gentler touch, but she demanded the agonizing pain be permanently etched into his very soul. The necrotic, poisonous purple venom gripped his entire arm. True recovery remained a daunting mystery. He swore he despised the bloody wounds just as much, but yielding meant absolute, unavoidable slaughter. In that suffocating darkness, he was the solitary, desperate shield. Only he possessed the raw power to stand against the roach abomination. Shan Ying ruthlessly drove her sharp elbows deep into his spine. He cried out for a sliver of mercy. She commanded him to silently endure the blazing torment. This brutal method forced the healing qi directly into his marrow, but the perilous proximity forced her chest flush against his face. Absolute panic surged through his veins. He violently jerked his head away to escape the forbidden contact. Compared to this savage assault, Qing Xiao's qi manipulation felt like pure, divine grace. The mystical paste deeply seeped into his shattered muscles. The burning agony slowly faded into a sublime, profound relief. But suddenly, a terrifying heavy chill gripped the entire room. The Grandmaster stepped through the doorway and froze like a statue. Silence fell like a deadly guillotine. Qing Xiao lay sprawled over Jing, while Shan Ying fiercely rode his back. A spectacularly, catastrophically doomed position. Crimson stained both girls' cheeks. Shame overtook them. The Grandmaster already knew the truth. Jing had awakened the legendary golden scales. Yet, the boy's flesh was torn. His blood spilled freely. The master shuddered at the thought of the monster that inflicted such ruin. Jing broke the silence. He demanded knowledge of the Golden Wind Dojo. Li nodded grimly. He knew that name well. In his youth, he had clashed blades with their master, Jiao Hong Yuan, a formidable phantom of the past. Back then, that sect boasted of forbidden arts. They claimed flesh and bone could mimic sovereign steel. Their mantra echoed in the martial world: unarmed, yet armed. The sheer arrogance had ignited Li's fighting spirit. He had sought them out for a duel of life and death. Jing's eyes widened. The shock hit him like a physical blow. His master had faced an entire legion alone. Li scoffed at the memory. He had utterly crushed their master. Despair pushed the disciples to ambush him. They swarmed him like desperate wolves. But their inner aura was tragically weak. Their strikes shattered against his golden scales. His invulnerable skin deflected every desperate blow. One by one, his iron fists sent them crashing to the earth. Yet, Li's expression darkened. That martial school possessed true, terrifying lethality. He delivered a grave warning. If Jing ever crossed paths with their warriors, he must be vigilant. Even empty hands must be treated as unsheathed executioner's swords. Still, Li exhaled a tense breath. For Jing, the threat was minimal. The hidden dragon style was an absolute counter. The golden scale skin nullified their golden wind white rainbow sword. If their realms of power matched, their blades would only shatter against his divine defense. But if an enemy's cultivation eclipsed his own, mere caution would be useless. Absolute annihilation would be his only fate. Revelation struck Jing like lightning. Xia Ying had survived only through a divine relic's supreme aegis. That was why Kaiying's vicious assaults had failed. A chilling question surfaced in his mind. What terrifying rank did Kaiying hold within that murderous sect? Moments later, Xia Ying shattered his thoughts. Her voice was firm. She commanded him to turn over. His shattered back was mended. Now, they had to confront the ruin on his chest. Qing Xiao stepped forward. Her hands glowed with medicinal aura. The Grandmaster vanished in an instant. He claimed the healing arts drained his spiritual essence. Jing narrowed his eyes. A sinister scheme was at play. Panic flared within Jing. He insisted he could mend his own flesh. Xia Ying silenced him with a sharp glare. She called his words utter foolishness. They ordered him to surrender his tension. He had to submit his fate entirely into their hands. A fiery blush betrayed his stoic facade. Jing held no desire for matters of the heart, yet his mortal body was still young and untamed. This perilous intimacy suffocated him. He clamped his eyes shut. He forced his mind into the endless abyss of martial arts. He sought refuge in combat theories. Xia Ying caught his deathly rigid posture. A soft, knowing laugh slipped from her lips. Their hands moved with surgical precision. The mystic salve seeped into his torn muscles. A surging, fiery warmth chased the chill of death from his veins. Life force surged anew. Suddenly a phantom touch grazed his waist. His danger sense flared wildly. His eyes snapped open. Qing Xiao was hovering dangerously close. Her breath almost ghosted against his skin. This was a trial more agonizing than any sword strike. His iron will wavered. Xia Ying observed his fractured composure. Qing Xiao realized the perilous distance between them. A furious crimson consumed her face. Jing broke the suffocating silence. His words stumbled in frantic defense. He swore it was a mere biological reflex. His mortal flesh had betrayed him. He bowed his head in heavy apology. Xia Ying declared the healing ritual compromised. His turbulent aura disrupted the medicine's flow. Burning with shame, Jing seized control. He vowed to conquer the remaining pain alone. They nodded and vanished behind the closing door. The lingering question haunted him. Was that intimate ambush a calculated strike? 1 hour passed in agonizing meditation. He cycled his tyrannical aura endlessly. Yet, his flesh remained a battlefield of numbness, burning itch, and phantom blades. The grim truth finally dawned on him. He had teetered on the very edge of the abyss. This devastating ruin had a singular cause. His comprehension of the martial arts was tragically hollow. The legendary Golden Scales transformation was no mere parlor trick. It demanded absolute mastery over internal Jin force. It forged an unbreakable chain across every inch of mortal skin. It commanded the power to devour and scatter lethal impacts. It diffused catastrophic force across a vast, sovereign armor. A singular, fatal strike was diluted into absolute nothingness. Enlightenment struck like a falling star. The absolute invincibility of the Golden Scales was finally deciphered. The Grandmaster's words resonated with divine clarity. This was the ultimate bane of the Golden Wind, White Rainbow Sword. That rival art channeled its killing intent into a singular, microscopic point. It forged a phantom blade to pierce the heavens. But such focused malice was powerless against an armor that swallowed energy whole. Their lethal strikes were doomed to scatter like dust in the wind. Such was the majestic superiority of the hidden dragon style. A true, peerless killing art. Every hidden technique carried the weight of a mountain. He still stood blind before 2 legendary trials. The blood-tempering shaking star fire, and the tendon-training eye-piercing current. But patience was the armor of a true warrior. Survival demanded absolute recovery first. The shadows lengthened as Jing returned to his sanctum. Fangna sensed his aura the very second he crossed the threshold. She raised a casual hand. She questioned his delayed return. Her tone held a deceptive innocence as she asked for mortal tribute. Food. Jing's heart stopped. His blood ran cold. The creature before him wore the flesh of a human once more. Impossible. The ancient library archives dictated otherwise. The reversion of forms demanded a grueling arcane ritual. She met his shocked gaze. She spoke of a terrifying revelation at the sun's zenith. The chains of her beastly prison had simply shattered. She had reclaimed her human majesty at will, but a heavy sorrow laced her words. Her departure was imminent. She merely wished to grace him with her presence for a few fleeting moments. His voice turned sharp. He demanded the reason for her sudden flight. He asked if his domain had grown too stifling for her majestic soul. Her eyes darkened with apocalyptic dread. Her proximity was a death sentence. The Camp Security Corporation, the monstrous dragon sect, and unseen titans lurking in the abyss, all would descend upon him if she remained. She reached out. Her delicate fingers locked around his scarred hand. A melancholic smile graced her lips. In his shadow, she had found paradise. She had lived as a simple, careless feline, feasting, slumbering, escaping the suffocating weight of a blood-soaked world. But destiny could not be ignored forever. She was the sovereign of the dragon sect, a ruler of shadows. The hour of her inevitable return had struck. Unshed tears threatened to break her regal facade. Jing caught that fleeting vulnerability. He acted without hesitation. He dragged her into a fiercely protective embrace. His voice resonated with unbreakable resolve. To abandon her in the face of peril would reduce him to absolute scum. He issued an absolute command. Stay, let the heavens collapse, let the underworld rise. He would face the impending apocalypse with his sword drawn, standing by her side. Her voice trembled. She sought confirmation of this impossible mercy. His unyielding gaze was her answer. Radiant joy shattered her despair. She buried her face in his chest, holding on as if to her very life. The Marshall system suddenly roared to life. Alarms blared in his mind. A colossal surge of affection had locked onto him. His charm technique mastery was mutating at an uncontrollable rate. The numbers exploded. Plus 668 experience points. The cascade did not stop. A terrifying plus 784 struck next. A third heavenly window materialized. Plus 851 experience. His charm technique shattered its bottleneck. Level 7, it surged to 131 out of 4,500 points. Jing's breath hitched. This was unprecedented. A mere glance from a mortal maiden only granted him a pitiful few points. A terrifying revelation seized his mind. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. His eyes locked onto hers with deadly seriousness. He declared an urgent, world-shifting discussion was necessary. Her curiosity ignited. She braced herself for his heavy words. The truth unraveled between them. A shocking secret lay hidden within her soul. Whenever her heart was pushed to the absolute limit, the fusion deepened. The cattail ring pulsed with ancient power. She was stepping closer to the ultimate state, the incarnation of Bastet. But it required a specific trigger, a very specific emotion, the exact raw feeling from their first bathtub encounter. The truth struck her like lightning. Crimson rushed to her cheeks. Her guard instantly went up. She demanded to know his true intentions. He raised his hands in surrender. This was not about his desires. Her will was the absolute deciding factor. Yet her instincts took over. She backed away in sheer panic. Jing rushed to calm the tension. He was only offering a choice. Did she want to seize this dormant power? Her eyes narrowed. She demanded a deeper explanation. The facts were absolute. Every soul who ever channeled Bastet remained perfectly sane. No corruption, no madness, only pure, overwhelming strength. The Concurity Company was a colossal threat. War was already upon them. They needed an invincible shield. His sheer tactical foresight left her utterly speechless. She questioned the truth of the cattail ring. Was this ancient lore truly reliable? Jing stood firm. His informant had absolutely no reason to weave lies. Suddenly, she pinned him to the floor. They needed to do this now. Panic flashed in Jing's eyes. He begged her to wait. She coldly warned him not to get the wrong idea. In a brutal world, power was the only absolute security. Jing silenced her excuses. He understood the weight of survival. She steeled her resolve and asked for the next step. They had to recreate the exact conditions of that fateful day. A deep flush painted her face, but after a tense silence, she finally gave a determined nod. The bathtub became their ritual ground. Every movement perfectly mirrored the past. The rising energy was downright terrifying. She gripped his hand with bone-crushing force. The storm of energy finally calmed. Jing wondered if the trial was complete. Then the cattail ring erupted with blinding light. He reached out. Pure divinity flooded into his very soul. The revelation hit him hard. Forcing this feline fusion forged raw, absorbable divinity. It was a terrifying loophole, yet it made absolute, cosmic sense. Deepening the bond forced the seal open. It violently extracted the essence of a foreign god. The majestic power of Bastet herself. His divine intake surged. 33 out of 500. Even a forgotten foreign god yielded supreme divinity. Beside him, she whispered about her newfound, terrifying might. The majestic aura resonated within him too. His mortal shell had evolved. A mortal blade could strike him now, and the steel would simply shatter against his skin. Her previous scratch had torn his flesh. Now, her claws barely left a phantom trace. She quickly bowed her head in regret. He ignored the apology, questioning the true limits of her evolution. He urged her to look deeper into her soul. Had a divine blessing awakened within? Meanwhile, his own power skyrocketed, 102 out of 500. He prayed for an even more explosive ascent. The hunger for power grew. Slowly, she raised her hand. Deadly, razor-sharp claws extended into the light. She named the divine art, the serpent-slaying vanguard. The wildcat goddess of war carried countless legendary titles. The Annihilator of Serpents was one of them. Bastet had butchered the Chaos Serpent Apep. She held absolute dominion over all serpentine existence. Jing felt a sudden, dangerous thrill of curiosity. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Dragons and serpents shared the same cosmic lineage. His legendary hidden dragon style was now completely under her absolute control. She traced a finger over his phantom scales. Jing froze in sheer disbelief. He had mastered a supreme draconic art, yet he had just forged his own ultimate weakness. He fiercely denied this cruel twist of fate. It was merely a name. The hidden dragon style was martial prowess, not a mythical beast. He demanded to know if the cosmic laws still condemned him. She smiled with godly arrogance. Divine authority defied mortal logic. Reason meant absolutely nothing. Even a mere title of a dragon surrendered to her absolute suppression. The sheer absurdity frustrated him. But then, a brilliant, terrifying realization hit. Armed with this divine suppression, she could mercilessly crush the entire dragon sect. The realization lit a dark fire in her eyes. Her days of fleeing were over. If those fools dared to hunt her again, she would drag them into an unforgettable nightmare. A truly villainous smile curved on her lips. Dark laughter echoed in the room. Jing pinched her cheek to break the sinister mood. Tomorrow's wars could wait until tomorrow. The chaotic night finally ended. She shifted back into her mortal feline guise and rested silently in the shadows beside him. A single push of the ring's fusion had triggered a miracle. The harvest of divine essence was utterly staggering. 309 units of pure power, the exact equivalent of a flawless gold relic. The true nature of divinity finally unveiled itself. This essence fueled the artifacts of the gods. Strip away the divine marrow, and the relic should crumble into useless dust. Yet reality defied his logic. The sacred artifacts he had utterly drained. They remained perfectly intact, their fearsome auras completely undisturbed. It was a paradox beyond his current wisdom. He discarded the mystery. His focus shifted to sheer combat evolution. Twin life ascended to level 3, draining 9 out of 500 divine fragments. The supreme passive ability defied mortality. It granted 2 absolute lives. If struck down in battle, he could dictate his own resurrection within 7 entire days. The punishing cooldown shattered, dropping from 80 days to 70. A rigid drop of 10 days per ascension. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. At level 10, would he become a truly immortal god? The cosmic system demanded a vital choice. 5 paths of evolution lay before him. Physical defense, reaction speed, calculation ability, concentration, or absolute memory. He hesitated before the gates of power. Each path held immense weight. Fast forward 3 days. Inside the solemn walls of the Hidden Dragon Dojo, his choice became violently clear. Unbreakable physical defense. He unleashed a single devastating punch. Invisible shockwaves ripped through the very air. 3 days prior, he had chosen to forge his body into living steel. Speed was a seductive illusion, but the 5 great killing strikes of the Hidden Dragon style demanded absolute bodily endurance. He channeled raw Jin force into his supreme technique. Martial arts were a brutal science. Every shift of muscle and explosion of force, it was like crafting an equation of absolute destruction. Twin life never changed the core logic. It simply acted as a majestic multiplier. The ultimate damage was forcefully doubled. The rolling wind and thunder strike was already a catastrophic, dual-force explosion. Now, backed by an unbreakable physique, and multiplied by the fierce power of twin life, the technique ascended. It reached the realm of sheer invincibility. The unleashed force violently scarred the air itself. The solid earth shattered into a crater beneath his feet. Suddenly, Shining's voice pierced the dojo. An intruder was seeking him out. Her voice dripped with icy hostility. The shadow revealed itself as Voidblade. She bore an urgent, cryptic message. Her physical arrival sent a dangerous chill down his spine. Shining fiercely demanded to know the assassin's identity, but words failed him. Voidblade coldly cut through the tension. She asked if their little chat was over. Her time was ticking, and it was far too lethal to waste. "Speak plainly," Shining's voice cracked like a whip. "Drop this pathetic mystery act." But Voidblade's expression remained colder than ice. "This secret," she murmured, "is for Jing's ears alone." Fury blazed in Shining's eyes. The tension in the room spiked instantly. Voidblade calmly stepped toward the shadows. "We require absolute solitude," she stated. Jing felt a chill down his spine. A storm was brewing. The night air felt suffocatingly heavy. Jing locked eyes with the enigmatic woman. "Why grace me with your presence?" he demanded. Her lips curled into a faint smile. "Breathe, warrior. I am merely a vessel for a message." One terrifying name echoed in his mind. Yu King. The silent confirmation in Voidblade's gaze was absolute. With a flick of her wrist, reality warped. A shimmering hologram of a fierce maiden pierced the darkness. "Behold Ogi Suzuka," Voidblade announced, third heir to the legendary Ogi bloodline, a dominant pillar of the Far East's 6 great empires. But Jing's eyes were fixed on her weapon, a true God relic. God 519, the unshatterable fang. Its divine law was terrifyingly simple. Absolute invincibility. It could never be broken. A deadly paradox formed in Jing's mind. What if the ultimate spear struck this ultimate shield? Voidblade saw through his hesitation. "Do not be fooled," she warned. "In the realm of God relics, no shield can withstand its absolute defense." History whispered of its terrifying resilience. Once, madmen had plunged this very blade into the heart of a man-made sun, subjecting it to a blazing hellfire exceeding 10 million degrees. Yet the immortal steel did not even weep. It emerged flawlessly lethal. "Is this a new containment protocol?" Jing asked, his voice tight. Voidblade shook her head. "The divine weapon slumbers peacefully. It needs no cage." "Then what is my battlefield?" he pressed. Voidblade delivered Yu King's chilling edict. "The master demands nothing of you. The true question is, do you have the hunger to seize it yourself?" Revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. Yu King wanted him to steal the heavens. Ogi Suzuka had descended upon Jua. Her hunting ground? The bloody arena of the U-19 Unlimited Fighting Tournament. Striking an air in the shadows would ignite a catastrophic war, a diplomatic nightmare. But the arena bathed such violence in the holy light of combat, the rules of fate had changed. God 519 possessed a cruel, undeniable sentience. It worshipped only absolute power. Defeat its current master in mortal combat, and the divine blade automatically crowns a new king. The higher-ups knew his insatiable thirst for ancient power. They were dangling the ultimate bait, pushing him toward the abyss, urging him to rip the relic from her defeated grasp. Victory in the arena meant supreme, absolute power. The indestructible blade would answer to him alone. Meanwhile, a dark tempest gathered at the southern pier. A shadowy figure knelt before his master. "The youngest disciple," he hissed, "has bathed in glory across Fengchen. 12 blood-soaked preliminary matches. 12 absolute massacres. The terrifying name of the Golden Wind Dojo now echoed through the underworld like a death knell. The Grandmaster sneered. His dark aura was suffocating. "A few pathetic victories," he spat, "and the whelp already thinks himself a god. Such fragile arrogance will be his undoing. A mere jester in our grand theater." But a second shadow stepped forward. "Master, his talent defies the heavens. A monster born for slaughter needs a touch of madness." Hong Yuan's eyes narrowed into deadly slits. "Does the White Raven still hunt our secrets?" he demanded. His voice was a blade in the dark. "Every loose end has been severed," the disciple vowed. "The raven grasps at nothing but ghosts, yet the loss of Qing stings my soul." Hong Yuan's gaze turned as cold as the abyss. Qing was a necessary sacrifice, he proclaimed, a mere stepping stone on our path to absolute supremacy. We march forward over their bones. Beijing trembled under the suffocating pressure. "And what of our youngest brother?" he asked. Hong Yuan turned away. "His destiny is forged in a different hell. Our paths shall not cross." "Chengguan remains in the dark," the master commanded. "The grand finals dawn upon us. His blade must remain flawlessly focused." Beijing bowed his head low. The absolute order was received. The scene shifted back to the main character. Jing stood utterly paralyzed. He had merely whispered of his entry into the U-19 tournament to his master, a simple declaration of war. Yet, an entire army of martial maidens had tracked him down. Fangna, Shanying, Qingjia, Li. Shanying crossed her arms, her aura intimidating. "The world is a den of wolves," she declared. "You are not walking into the slaughter alone. We are your senior sisters, your absolute shield against the darkness." Jing's eye twitched. He swept a gaze over the terrifyingly powerful group. "Be honest," he muttered. "Which one of you is the real threat here?" His piercing gaze locked onto Fangna. "And what is your grand purpose?" he challenged, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Are you secretly a guardian deity too?" A crimson flush betrayed her stoic facade. She stammered about ancient rituals and their ongoing fusion with the divine beast. Bastet. Jing raised an eyebrow. Are you simply addicted to the power? Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, but she violently denied the accusation. Shan Ying stepped closer, her eyes sharp like daggers. She noticed the mythical feline practically glued to his side. You brought a beast to a bloodbath? She questioned. Beneath her flustered exterior, Fang Na's heart raced uncontrollably. Her true desire was simply to stand by his side. She silently prayed Shan Ying would stop prying into her soul. A warrior cannot sharpen his blade with a pet in his shadow, Shan Ying commanded. Abandon it at the sanctuary. Fang Na's eyes widened in sheer panic. If you banish the cat, I vanish into the night, she threatened fiercely. Jing's mind went entirely blank. Defeated by their overwhelming presence, he surrendered. The entire squad would march to war together. Later, within the hallowed halls of the dojo, a heavy silence fell. Shan Ying commanded the floor. Her gaze was like a piercing sword. Listen well, she warned. In your current fragile state, Ogi Suzuka will crush you into dust. Jing's aura flared slightly. And where do you rank my absolute limit? You are barely a level 3, she stated with ruthless precision. Jing paused, his brow furrowed in confusion. Is this bizarre hierarchy a sacred tradition of Fang Chen? I forged it from my own genius, she proclaimed, radiating absolute pride. Jing stared at her, utterly astounded by her audacity. But she slammed her hand down. Her calculations were forged in blood and iron. Suzuka stepped into the abyss at merely 10 years old, she revealed. She seized the throne of head disciple in 5 brutal years. 3 years later, her name became a legendary nightmare across the Martial Plains. Her destructive force mirrors our eldest brother, a true walking calamity. Shan Ying leaned in, her aura suffocating. Tell me, do you possess the might to slay him? Jing remained dead silent. His time in the sect was brief, but he felt the terrifying chasm between their power levels. If their blades crossed right now, he would be completely annihilated. An absolute massacre. A grim smile touched Shan Ying's lips. His martial instincts were sharp. He knew his true limits. But her lesson was far more horrifying than mere strength. The U-19 Unlimited Tournament is a slaughterhouse, she declared. It is the sole battlefield where naked steel is permitted. A god-tier weapon dictates who lives and who becomes a corpse. A warrior's soul and their blade must become one. Your absolute potential is bound entirely to the steel you wield. If you were to forge your destiny today, what weapon would you claim? She challenged. Jing did not flinch. None, he answered coldly. My flesh and bone are the ultimate weapons. A foolish pride, she retorted. Would your fist still tremble with confidence if I told you the truth? Armed, Suzuka wields the apocalyptic might of 9 eldest brothers. The revelation struck Jing like a physical blow. His unshakable resolve flickered. She carved a terrifying truth onto the board. The Jezi sword style. Shan Ying had never clashed with their eldest brother, but she knew his monstrous secrets. He had achieved absolute mastery over the lethal arts of the hidden dragon. The gap was an endless abyss. Even if Jing pushed his golden aura techniques to the absolute pinnacle of human limits, even with his monstrous strength, a full power strike could crush him. If 9 enemies swarmed him at once, annihilation was certain. Total. Absolute ruin. Then, Sha Ying offered a sliver of hope. She presented his salvation. She ordered him to look. The object rested in dark, heavy silk. Jing felt its dormant aura instantly. A supreme weapon. Sha Ying questioned his supreme intuition. How did he know its true form? His answer was simple. The blade itself whispered to his soul. He stripped away the ancient cloth. An indescribable resonance surged through his veins. The weapon sang a dark, alluring melody. It called to his blood. It whispered a terrifying oath. I exist only to carve your path of slaughter. Sha Ying smiled. A look of absolute satisfaction crossed her face. She had offered him no treasures since his induction. Until now, this peerless blade would be her first masterwork gift. Jing questioned its earthly value. Her answer shattered mortal comprehension. The core was forged from primordial dragon bone steel, fused with meteoritic star iron, bound by ethereal moonlight thread, and tempered with crystallized blood amber. Furthermore, a legendary artisan hammered its edge, Master Hajuki himself. Its price? A staggering 20 million. Yet, she waved it away like dust, a mere pittance for her chosen disciple. But Jing understood the gravity of this debt. It eclipsed his entire fortune. He gripped the legendary hilt. He claimed it as his own. Still, his mortal hands felt unworthy. Every swing carried a heavy, awkward burden. This was no fantasy realm. Weapons did not instantly bow to their masters. Mastery required blood and sweat. Then, the air grew incredibly cold. A lethal threat locked onto his spine. A deadly projectile shattered the wind. Pure survival instinct took over. He raised the dark blade and parried the strike. Master Li stood before him. Jing immediately demanded the truth. Did the ancient hidden dragon style contain a weapon art? The Grandmaster revealed a supreme martial truth. All pinnacle arts share the same origin. The peak is one. He raised his porcelain cup. He tipped it, letting the scalding tea plummet toward the earth. The logic was absolute. The power of a mortal fist perfectly translates to cold steel. Jing gasped in pure disbelief. The fragile drops of tea pierced solid stone. They drilled a flawless crater into the floor. Master Li's voice turned grave. The grand tournament loomed like a storm. Time was a luxury they lacked. Jing needed an absolute, undeniable killing technique. The world instantly dissolved. Jing's spirit was violently ripped from his body. An illusionary realm manifested. Master Li stood like a god of war, blade in hand. A million rusted swords surrounded Jing, his fingers clamped tight around a phantom hilt. Agony erupted without warning. Savage lacerations bloomed across his flesh. He stared down in absolute horror. His fingers had been brutally severed. Primal terror consumed his soul. Then, he saw the mountain of the dead. Endless corpses formed his terrifying pedestal. The macabre vision choked his lungs. He gasped for air, his mind fractured under the overwhelming dread. The Grandmaster's voice boomed from the heavens. How does the abyss feel? The realization struck like lightning. This invisible pressure, this paralyzing fear, it was pure, unadulterated killing intent. Master Li decoded the mystery. This was the legendary Asura blade intent, forged by pushing vital energy to the absolute breaking point. Once mastered, it defies physical touch. It executes enemies through sheer spiritual dominance. Jing struggled to grasp the impossible. He searched for a logical, scientific anchor. The Grandmaster scoffed at mortal science. Their hidden dragon art could manifest mythical beasts. Logic had died a long time ago. Since Jing hungered for weapon mastery, Master Li would bestow the apocalyptic Asura path upon him. Physical strength meant nothing here. Weapon mastery meant nothing. Imbuing a single slash with murderous intent was a supreme challenge. The brutal training commenced without a second to spare. Jing trembled at the thought of fighting the Grandmaster. It was absolute suicide. Master Li chuckled at his fear. Qing Xiao would be his anvil today. The instructions were terrifyingly simple. Forget all forms. Forget all techniques. His only objective was murder. He must strike Qing Xiao with the singular desire to kill. But against a comrade? His heart wavered, chaining his blade. He unleashed a desperate hollow slash. She evaded like a phantom in the night. Her counterattack sliced through the air like an executioner's axe. He barely ducked the lethal blow. Frustration boiled over. His grip on the hilt turned white-knuckled. Again! The Grandmaster roared. Master Li's piercing eyes missed nothing. A monstrous talent slept within the boy's sword arm. A mortal would need years. This prodigy? 1 week, perhaps even 4 days to grasp the demonic art. But peace is a fleeting illusion. A panicked disciple shattered the courtyard silence. An invasion had begun. Intruders from the Golden Wind Dojo had violently breached the gates. They were hunting for blood. The messenger's words were violently cut short. A brutal force sent him crashing to the dirt. An arrogant invader stepped into the light. He pointed his weapon at Jing, demanding a death match. Jing's eyes narrowed into slits. Who the hell are you? The intruder sneered with utter contempt. He was Li Chengwan, a direct, lethal heir of the Golden Wind. The invader laid down his arrogant terms. Upon victory, Jing must surrender a single truth. The name echoed in Jing's mind. A memory flashed. He had seen this bastard on the tournament roster. The grim reality clicked into place. These martial artists were tied to the monstrous roach abominations. Master Li gave a subtle nod. Jing was granted permission to test this arrogant fool. The Grandmaster's aura flared, protecting his student. Do not fear. My domain remains absolute. Jing stepped forward. His voice was colder than ice. The challenge was accepted. In the shadows, the roach man Bai Jing watched, recognizing his nemesis. This was the Reaper, who slaughtered Subject 1 and Subject 9. Bai Jing whispered a grim warning. Do not underestimate the boy. He is a monster. Chengguan dismissed the warning with a haughty laugh. Paper tigers were everywhere in this world. He looked down his nose at Jing. "Bow to your elders, brat. Address me as your senior." He leaned forward with a venomous smirk. "Relax your trembling knees. I will leave you breathing. We cannot have you losing face in your own miserable home." Jing let out a deeply exhausted sigh. "Your mouth runs faster than your blade." He drove his dark sword deep into the earth. In a flash of lightning, Jing vanished completely. Chengguan's arrogant smirk vanished. Where did he go? A lethal shadow materialized at his back, but the veteran was ready. His hand morphed into a deadly martial blade. Jing condensed his aura and launched a devastating fist. Flesh met flesh like colliding meteors. The shockwave blasted Chengguan backward. His arrogant eyes widened in pure shock. This boy possessed terrifying physical might. Jing mentally calculated the clash. The legendary Golden Wind sword art was no joke. Blood dripped from Jing's battered knuckles. The sensation was entirely foreign. This was his first authentic clash against a true martial grandmaster. He was used to crushing mechanical freaks. He was used to butchering mutated roaches. Finally, a genuine warrior stood before him. His combat blood began to boil. Chengguan roared and launched a lethal assault. His arms became a tempest of slashing steel. Jing raised his hardened forearms like ancient shields. The deadly strikes sparked against his skin. They couldn't pierce his monstrous dragon scales. Chengguan gasped in absolute disbelief. Golden scales rippled beneath the boy's skin. He was only 17 years old. How could he achieve such mythical physical refinement? He screamed for answers. Jing answered with a bone-shattering right hook. "Keep your mouth shut." Launching himself into the sky, Jing rained down a merciless barrage. Fists fell like meteor strikes. The onlookers watched in awe. Xiaoying's eyes widened at her disciple's terrifying evolution. A question flashed through Jing's mind. Did the Golden Wind art forge bodies of iron? A normal martial artist would be a bloodied corpse by now. 3 strikes should have ended this. Yet, Chengguan absorbed the punishment like a human fortress. He stood unyielding under the brutal storm. Then, a fatal flaw appeared in his defense. Jing triggered his ultimate twin life technique. The killing blow descended. Suddenly, a thunderous voice commanded them to halt. The sudden command broke Jing's murderous trance. He forcefully aborted the apocalyptic strike. Hong Yuan stepped into the chaotic arena. He declared this a mere exchange of pointers. Murder was strictly forbidden today. The arrogant Chengguan was already battered and broken. The deathmatch was officially cancelled. And that concludes today's legendary tale. The saga is not over. The weekly chapters will now unfold in a new domain. Seek out my second realm, Manhwa Updater. The path ahead is fraught with danger. Do not miss the impending storm. Join our legendary ranks. I offer my deepest gratitude. Remain steadfast. Keep your spirit fiercely ablaze. Our destinies will collide again very soon.